once they both came to the conclusion that it was safe, they both just went back home. After a while, though, our neighbour texted my stepdad that he mentioned what happened to his son, who happened to be a policeman. He informed his colleagues, who were doing a nighttime patrol in our neighbourhood anyway, and they said they'd check every few hours just to see what was going on. The police never saw anyone break in that night, but they did say that around 11:30 at night, they saw a car drive onto the road that led to our house. Now, no one would ever drive down this driveway, unless they were visiting, and besides the handful amount of the people who live there. And according to the people who patrolled around our neighbourhood that night, though the car didn't stay long and they never saw anyone get out of it, the car did actually show up. I'm really glad we didn't think about what happened all vacation long, because that would have been a total downer, but still, the whole situation was just really weird and kind of sketchy. We never did hear anything from this woman again, and we didn't receive any presents. I'm also very glad that we moved out later that year, because who knows who that person was and what they wanted. I work in a care home, a very, very posh one in fact. It costs about £1,200 per week to live here, so, as you can imagine, very posh. It has 2 floors and 4 suites, 2 on each floor and either side of the building, and it's very large. Tonight I've been working downstairs, and I am not a fan of downstairs. I was in the kitchenette on one of the suites. One of our jobs is to clean the kitchens, as during the day the cleaners can't do it because of safety risks and whatnot. I had my back to the door, and I had this weird feeling that someone was in the doorway or was walking to and from one end of the wall or whatever. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a weird feeling. I was putting cutlery away, and I felt as if someone had just very, very gently pushed up against my back, and I could feel my uniform move. I turn around and expect to see my co-worker, but nothing. It's just me alone in a big dining room or kitchenette, and the lights in the hallway were off. And the rest of the time that I was in there, it felt like someone was literally stood right behind me watching me work, and I did not like that at all. I also had an odd experience down at the other end of the building in the other suite too. I was in the kitchenette dining room, and I'd been cleaning. I had my back to the door, which was on the very end of the dining room, and very, very loudly, someone began to whistle a nursery rhyme in the corridor. Everyone was asleep though. No alarms had gone off to say someone had gotten out of bed as well. The other member of the staff was having a cigarette outside, so it was just me downstairs. I asked another colleague, and she said that she's heard the whistling down there before, but everyone's asleep at midnight, and no one down there can actually whistle anyway. I do get an odd feeling here on the ground floor, but it's always around midnight to 3 a.m. It constantly feels like just somebody else is running up and down the corridors or rushing around you. It makes you feel kind of dizzy and sick sometimes too. Sorry about my rambling, but this helps me keep awake on these shifts, and I just thought it would be something good to share and to get ideas. Especially because some of the day staff even say that this place creeps them out too, and that is during the day. This happened to me when I was about 12 or 13, I'd say, and I had somewhat forgotten about it until recently. So one day I was walking home from school when I noticed that I had a voicemail on my phone. This was strange because I would never get voicemails, but I thought that perhaps it was just someone who had left a blank message after staying on the call for too long or something. I put my headphones in as I plodded along and listened to the voicemail, and it was blank. But it went on for quite some time, like someone had wanted to say something but just ended up hanging up. So that's just what I thought, an accident. Later that night, as I was enchanted by my phone, I got another voicemail though. I thought that this was strange, as I never got a call in the first place, so I listened once again, and once again it was blank. However, you could tell someone was there holding the phone up to their face. This seemed to go on for weeks too, and it seemed to get worse day by day. I would come out of school and end up having like 6 voicemails. I would listen to the first 5 seconds and delete them if they hadn't said anything by then, and at this point I started to get a little bit paranoid. My childlike brain conjuring up the worst thoughts. One of my friends may have been playing a prank on me and I thought it was getting annoying. I asked around and everyone denied it. But I was certain that I would catch them. Until a week later, that is. I can't exactly remember what this voicemail was about, but I do remember it sounded like a grown man who was extremely angry. He would call me all sorts of names, and I was stupid because I didn't tell anyone. I was embarrassed, and I began questioning myself had I done something wrong. But day after day, I would get threats, to the point where I no longer wanted to go to school. I didn't even want to leave my house. The last voicemail was once again this man yelling too, heavily breathing, and then he said something that made my head spin. "I'm coming to get you." I remember sitting with my back against my bedroom door as if someone was about to kick it down right there and then. I ran into my parents' room and told them that I needed a new number because I was getting weird voicemails. I told them that I deleted them all and that it was bothering me, but obviously they had the wrong number. And so I got a new number and no more voicemails. A couple of days and nothing, and I decided that I wanted to go and see my friends at our hangout. We were all a bunch of goth kids, and this was the one spot where everyone would be. Even then, I tended to stick out though, because I was already wearing heavy makeup and had teased hair, and you could probably spot me from a mile off if I'm being honest. So I get on the train when a man starts to walk the full distance down just to come up to me. He says hi and then said that he liked my style. I felt like I knew him from somewhere because something just felt similar about him, but I just couldn't place it where it was from. And that was when the question started. "How old are you?" "I'm 29. "Oh, you're 13, right?" I hadn't answered, but I thought that he was just quirky and guessing, so I said yes. He said, "Where do you go to school?" "Oh, you go here, right?" Well, once again, I hadn't even answered, and I felt odd. I just lied though when I told him that I used to go there, but I'd be going to a different school now. And then he said, "So, where are you going today? Are you seeing anyone?" And I said that I was meeting a bunch of friends, but didn't answer the where I was going part. I started to look away. I no longer wanted to make eye contact with him. He ducks, like straight up bends over and tilts his head just to make eye contact with me. I look a different direction and he steps right in front of me, forcing me to look at him again. It wasn't even his body, he just kind of moved his face to wherever my eyes would go. I wasn't even speaking now, and it was just a blur of him asking me questions and then answering them himself. He seemed to know everything about me, even all the stores or areas I had visited in the past month. Adults all around me start to stare and he seems to panic. And then he says, "There's a party going on at the library, want to come?" Obviously, I decline and he gets off. I later found out too that near this library are the dingiest alleyways and car parks probably in the entire city. But months pass and I hear nothing. A trend goes around about YouTubers googling their names and seeing what pops up though, and I decided it would be fun to do that myself, so I go ahead and I Google my username that I used online back then, expecting to see nothing. Just a bunch of junk on the web pages. So I go into images and see a few months of old selfies of me, and I click on it and it leads to a website that I didn't know. The photo doesn't appear to be on the site and its layout looks incredibly old. All there is my username and then a download link called Map. I didn't want to download it in case there was some sort of tracking virus on it or something, and well, that's what I first thought of when I first saw it. I panicked, closed everything, and nothing seemed to happen ever again. I also happened to get some homeschooling after this as well, which did help. It was a very bizarre thing that happened to me, and I still don't know really what to make of it. And I still wonder what was on that file to this day.
I died for the first time on the 18th of August, 2006. It wasn't a particularly pleasant death, nor was it one that I expected. It was simply the random act of violence that destroyed my life, and it came out of nowhere. We were just relaxing at the pub, enjoying a few drinks after a busy day at work. It was my turn to buy a round of drinks, so I was trying to get the attention of the bartender. I felt someone punch me in the side. At first, I thought someone had just hit me, but then I felt the warmth and the rapid stream of blood pouring down my shirt. I realized then and there that I'd actually gotten stabbed. As far as I can remember, it wasn't even that painful. Still, my legs gave out under me and I collapsed to the floor. Even then, I worried about ruining my expensive suit, ignoring the fact that I might be dying. Oncoming death is funny like that. Everyone thinks they're the exception, that they'll get out from whatever horrible situation the universe has thrust upon them. At least, that's what I thought, as the life drained from my body. The world around me just faded to black, and before I knew it, I had just died. Then there was the void. At first, it was little more than darkness, only broken by weird shapes and colors in the distance. As I regained a sense of my surroundings, I was dragged toward a new world, one without pain, suffering, nor death. All there was were people on a journey to different destinations. Whether they had all died like myself, or if they weren't born yet, I didn't know. All I knew was that I wasn't afraid anymore. The worries, the anxiety, and all my fears had been left behind. A light appeared in the distance, endlessly far away. I knew that would be my final destination, my final purpose in the brief life I've led. Unfortunately, I never managed to get that far. I was jolted awake in my own bed, soaking wet from sweat and shaking like a maniac. My hand reflexively clutched my side to cover up the wound I'd sustained, but it wasn't there anymore. In fact, I didn't have a single scratch on me. Had it all been a dream? My phone lit up on the bedside table. I picked it up to find dozens of text messages and missed calls.
Hey man, we're at the pub. You coming or what?
The first message read, sent at 9:43 p.m.
Hey Rick, where the hell are you?
The second message said, sent at 10:23 p.m. Then there were a couple of phone calls and another message.
I guess you fell asleep, or maybe you're getting lucky. Whatever, I'll buy another shot in your honor. Happy birthday, Rick.
Then I had over 20 phone calls and a singular message that sent shivers down my spine.
For fuck's sake, pick up the damn phone. Something happened to Danny.
I immediately called back. My fingers were trembling from both anticipation and from the memory of what had happened only a night ago. Even if my death had been little more than a nightmare, I knew for sure I'd met up with my friends at the pub. The phone rang 3 times, then Jake picked up.
Rick, is that you? Where the hell are you?
Jake asked in a panicked, tired voice. I don't know what happened. I guess I fell asleep? I half-asked, half-stated.
Danny got stabbed last night,
Jake said without listening to my explanation. Stabbed? How?
I don't know. Some nutjob just walked up to him and stabbed him in the side.
I almost dropped my phone in shock. Danny had been attacked just like myself, in the exact same place. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my mind, but worry quickly became my main concern. Is he alright?
He's still in surgery. They're only letting his wife know about... Oh, wait, here she comes.
Jake put his phone down, but I could still hear the muffled sound of their discussion. Danny's wife seemed upset, but I couldn't make out the words. Jake? I asked.
He's dead. Danny's dead.
The next few moments turned into a blurry haze of information. We'd all known Danny since we were kids, and now he was just gone. The murderer never even made it out from the pub. Apparently he got shot by one of the patrons as he tried to attack another guest. Still, I just couldn't shake the feeling that I was supposed to die that night. Regardless of what happened, time marched on without answers. Some of our coworkers quit after Danny's death, trying to hopelessly move on. I didn't blame them. I also needed some distance. I never even told them what I'd experienced that night. It wouldn't have helped them anyway. A year passed and I hardly spoke to any of my friends. I started to get some semblance of normalcy in the wake of Danny's death, but that would all come to an end on the 18th of August, 2007. By the time day had given way to night, I'd almost finished the bottle. Even as a rather large guy, the alcohol had hit me hard. At around 9 o'clock, I just passed out in bed, awaiting a horrible hangover in the morning. I only awoke around midnight when I heard the front door forcefully break open, followed by footsteps and whispers. I tried to get up, still drowsy from alcohol. As I took one step out from my bed, I slipped and came tumbling down to the floor. I produced a massive crash, loud enough to alert whichever intruders had broken in.
"I thought you said no one would be home,"
a man stated angrily.
"Don't worry about it, I'll go deal with it."
The footsteps moved quickly in my direction. I tried to lock the door, but they were too fast, kicking it open and knocking me back to the ground. A masked man entered my room, holding onto a gun. He only spoke a single sentence to me before pointing the weapon at me and pulling the trigger.
"You should have stayed quiet."
Unfortunately, the man had a horrible shot. He aimed at my head, but it hit me in the throat instead. There I lay, drowning in my own blood as I desperately gasped for air. I couldn't crawl away, and I couldn't call for help. I died on my bedroom floor, on my own birthday, just as I had a year earlier. Once life finally drained from my body and the god-awful pain ceased, I was back in the world beyond. I walked through the same colorful dimension that lay just on the edge of life. I admired the shapes and colors as they passed. In the distance, I saw a tree with branches stretching endlessly far from its trunk. From each branch dangled a person, real but not existing in our world. I wanted to visit them, but that wasn't my destination, because just like before, I would wake up in my own bed, unharmed by the events from the previous night. My phone buzzed, and I was filled with an unfathomable dread. I still couldn't quite believe it, but I started to understand that someone would take my place in death.
"Hello?"
"Rick, it's Dad. Your mother, she passed away last night."
A lump formed in my throat. I knew what was coming next, but I had to ask.
"How? What happened?"
"The police say it was a burglary gone wrong. I don't know. I was working late. I should have been there."
The discussion trailed off from there. My dad was distraught and could barely form coherent sentences. He blamed himself for not being there, but I knew the truth. It was my fault. During the next 2 months, he fell into deep depression. I couldn't blame him. He just lost the love of his life. I moved in with him just to help him pick up the pieces. He put on a strong face, trying his best to keep the ship afloat, but I could tell how close he was to just breaking down.
"If only I'd been there."
"It wasn't your fault, Dad. Had you been there, you might be gone too."
"You don't know that."
But I did know, because the burglars weren't ever supposed to visit my parents' house. They were supposed to kill me. I had to come clean. I had to let him know the truth, but how could I? Half a year passed, and the secret ate at me. After everything that had happened, I still didn't know how to explain it. Still, I decided it was time to share my curse.
"Dad, can we talk?"
"Yeah, what's going on?"
he asked with a worried expression on his face. He knew me well, and he could tell a heavy burden was weighing me down. I started by telling him about my first death, down to the smallest detail. Of course, it matched everything that the people had witnessed in the pub that night, even the location of the stab wound. I told him Danny had taken my place in death and that I felt guilty. Naturally, he was skeptical at first, but then I told him about my mother. I didn't spare him any details. I told him where I'd gotten shot, that the door had been broken down, and that there were 2 robbers. Every detail matched perfectly down to the letter.
I'm so sorry, Dad. It was my fault. I killed her."
He just sat there in silence, processing what I'd just told him.
"It wasn't your fault."
I was confused. There wasn't a single ounce of anger on his words, only overwhelming empathy.
How can you say that? She didn't have to die."
He mulled over his next words carefully before speaking.
"You didn't do anything wrong, Rick. You just went about your life, and these things happened to you." I don't know why you've been brought back, or even how, but you're not to blame for what is done to you.
So, you believe me? I asked. He nodded and embraced me in a hug. Suddenly, I wasn't alone in the world anymore. Someone knew what was happening to me. What if it happens again?
Then we'll get through it together.
He stood by these words, even as my next birthday rolled around. That death was more tame. I slipped in the shower and broke my neck. The last thought that went through my mind as I left the world for the third time was, how cliché. Once again, I awoke in my bed. I called out for my dad, making sure he was still alive, horrified that he might have taken my place. I couldn't even breathe until he came rushing to my side, asking what had happened. I broke my neck, but I'm fine, I think. It took a while before I figured out who had taken my place that time. But once I heard that my boss had died, something broke inside of me. He was the kindest man I'd ever met. And just like myself, he'd slipped and broken his neck. That was the final straw. It wasn't some bizarre coincidence I could brush off, nor a premonition. I decided then and there that I couldn't live with the responsibility. I had to put a stop to it, even if it meant giving up my own life. I figured that if I took control over my own fate and killed myself outside my own birthday, maybe I could prevent more people from dying. First, I left behind a long letter to my father, explaining why I'd chosen to leave. I couldn't face him in person. I knew he'd just try to talk me out of it, but it was something I had to do. I couldn't allow any more people to die on my behalf. Alas, fate is a fickle bitch. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't end my own life. I tried hanging, but the rope broke. Then I tried to shoot myself, but the gun jammed. When that failed, I tried to drive my car into a tree, but somehow I survived that as well. Any attempt was met with failure. All I could do was wait for my next birthday and let someone die in my place. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't die. I was a slave to destiny, and it was destroying me. In 2009, I was hit by a drunk driver, and my girlfriend took my place. In 2010, I drowned, and my kind neighbor had to go through that death. In 2011, I died from a brain aneurysm, which ended up killing my aunt. And so on and so on. Each year I'd die, and a person close to me would take my place. I kept trying to find a way out, but fate wouldn't have it. Years went by, and on the 18th of August 2019, I would die for the 14th time. I'd already fallen sick a week earlier, much to the doctor's confusion. According to each and every laboratory value, I was fine, yet I kept getting sicker. My father and I both knew my time was near, but we also knew I'd be forcefully brought back. Then, at midnight on my birthday, my heart just gave out. I was jolted awake in my own bed, and the sickness was little more than a distant memory. "Dad?" I called out. No response. I got out of bed and called his name again. I was met with silence. I didn't have to call a third time. I already knew what had happened. I carefully walked into his room, horrified at what I knew would come. He was dead, just gone from a heart attack. He'd taken my place, and I could do nothing to save him. The funeral came and went in a blur. The only noticeable thing was the missing seats from the people who had passed before him. Some of them had lived their own lives and died as nature intended, but a number of them were supposed to live on. Instead, they'd just taken my place in death. I inherited a number of things from my father. Among them, I found a letter addressed to me. It looked rather worn, so I could tell he'd written it a long time ago.
Dear Richard, today is your birthday, and it has officially been a year since your mother passed. While I miss her greatly, I'm thankful to still have you around. I know that if she was given the choice, she would want you to live. I feel the same way. We both know that I might one day take your place in death. Never doubt that I would happily give my life if it means that you may live. You didn't choose this curse, so never blame yourself. Just do what every person is supposed to. appreciate the people around you, because you never know what day might be their last. I love you, Dad.
Since I read that letter, I've been looking for a way out. My father might want to stay behind, but how can I live on, knowing that I'm taking someone's place? I've long since left town, living by myself in a cabin somewhere away from people. Hopefully, if I have no one left that cares about me, people will stop dying. At least until I can figure out not only how to die, but how to actually stay dead. I'm sorry. The silence in the car was stifling, a tight, constricting rope of a marriage in shambles. As we drove to my late uncle's cabin with a trunk full of food, it was hard to believe that a mere 2 weeks ago things between Camilla and me had been fine. Only one thing seemed certain now, and that was the fact that this damn lockdown was the worst thing to happen to our relationship in over 9 years of marriage. We had spent 3 weeks quarantined together in our apartment. I stared at the walls while dealing with the sort of paperwork I normally hand off to subordinates, and Camilla tried to paint with me, inadvertently hovering. The confinement was driving us insane, causing us to lash out at each other in ways we'd never done before. When I could no longer stand all the insults and eye rolls aimed at my general direction, I suggested a change of scenery. What better cure for cabin fever than to stay at an actual cabin out in the woods? The ultimate social distancing. Nature would give us some space from each other, as well as the freedom to roam and stay active.
Can you look at the fucking road, Paul?
My wife waved an arm over the dashboard.
Feels like you've caught every pothole on the way over here.
Sorry, dear, I said, mentally counting the crimes of passion that have crossed my desk over the years. 9 out of 10 times the victim knew the perpetrator. 8 out of 10, an ex, a boyfriend, or a husband had lost control of their rage. It didn't take as much as you'd think. Did she know that? No, they never do. My job as a criminal profiler took up 80% of my life, with never-ending business trips, overtime, and lecturing gigs. I was almost never home. It hadn't been a problem in the past because we both chose not to have kids, and Camilla had her paintings and art shows to keep her busy. We enjoyed the odd evenings and weekends we got to spend together, but our career always came first. Initially, this common ground had made us a true power couple. Now, however...
This was a fucking stupid idea.
Camilla threw herself against the seat, folding her arms and pouting at the road in front of us. She always looked like a little girl when she did this. A prissy doll with light wavy hair and large blue eyes. Her temper tantrums were one of the many things that had been enduring at first, but now it drove me up the wall. That and the swearing. I had enough of it at my job. I didn't need to hear fuck this and fucking that every other word at home. The GPS had cut out a good 20 minutes back, but luckily Camilla didn't notice. I was hoping we were heading down the right dirt road. I'd been up to my uncle's place every summer as a kid, and I thought I knew the way well. Everything seemed familiar enough, even the heavy fog from the nearby lake that gave the woods that signature dark, ominous vibe. Camilla bolted upright, staring out her side window.
Shit! Lock the doors! Lock the fucking doors and don't slow down!
She cried.
What is it?
I demanded, driving steady and jerking my head to the right to see what she was shouting about. We were driving through a particularly sandy patch of road, and the wheels on the pickup struggled with some of the dirt piles and pits. A man stumbled out in front of the car, throwing 2 hands onto the hood. I hit the brakes, even though we were hardly moving at that point, and stared at the stranger. The man looked a mess, covered in filth, grime, and what looked like blood. His clothes were torn as though he'd been mauled by a bear, and there was a true terror in those red-brimmed, bruised eyes as he began beating his hands on the hood of our pickup. A low, guttural moan filled the car as the man opened his mouth. It sounded more like a large machine grinding gears than a human voice. Jesus! I gasped, watching the streaks of blood streaming down the man's chin as he continued wailing. His mouth was a gaping hole filled with mucus and blood, but no tongue.
Fucking drive!
My wife screamed, grabbing the wheel as I battered her away.
Can you stop? I'm not about to drive over this guy.
I needn't have worried, since the wounded stranger was already on the move, leaving a puddle of blood on the hood. He stumbled past my side window, twisting his neck to look back at the other side of the road. His wails grew louder as he lunged himself with each step, hurrying to get away. I wanted to call out to the man, tell him to stay so that we could call him an ambulance, but Camilla was completely out of control in the seat beside me, screaming at me to drive, trying to push my leg down on the gas pedal. So I pedaled it, and after a couple of false starts, we sped the rest of the way to the cabin. I had no time to think about directions as adrenaline coursed through my body and muscle memory took over. We arrived half an hour earlier than expected. I ushered a distraught Camilla inside and brought in our bags before heading out back to one spot of land that always got 3 bars of cell reception. I called 911 and told the dispatcher about the man we'd seen, the approximate location of the sighting, as well as the coordinates of my uncle's cabin. The operator let me know that a local officer might stop by later in the evening to question us. I took my time walking the perimeter before returning to the cabin. The initial shock and fear had worn off, and a professional courtesy had started to blossom. I ran back through the scene in my mind, combing over all the details my vision receptors had passively documented. There's a lot our brains process on a subconscious level that we don't know about, and it takes a considerable amount of effort to piece it all together after a traumatic event. What was the victim wearing? It was hard to see under all the dirt, but the clothes had seemed ordinary enough. Loose-fitting pants and a jacket, dark colors. What was the extent of the man's injuries? Again, hard to say. He was definitely stumbling a lot when on the move, but that could have been caused by exhaustion, not a limp. The only visible wound was the bloody mouth with the missing tongue. Why hadn't I helped him? It was all too easy to blame my wife's reaction, but the truth was that I had panicked too. I was meticulous in my analytical work, but had minimal field training. That injured man was out in the middle of nowhere with night approaching, and it would have been entirely my fault if anything happened to him before emergency services found him. I heard the cabin door open and close as I walked around to the front to see Camilla standing on the old wooden porch, staring at the pink sky as though searching for answers in the crinkled sunset.
Did you get through on the phone?
She asked, her voice raspy and tired. Yeah, they might send someone over to talk to us about what we saw. I walked up to her, attempting an embrace, but she shrank away from me, her tired eyes narrowing.
We shouldn't have fucking come here.
Her lips trembled as her voice grew accusatory.
We're out in the middle of nowhere. Fuck, Paul. We are how far from the place we saw that man? Maybe 20, 30 miles? How screwed are we if whoever did that to him comes for us too?
Camilla, you need to calm down, I said, already knowing it was the wrong thing to say before the words were out of my mouth.
No, we need to get the fuck out of here!
She snarled, and we both winced at the malice in her voice. This wasn't us. How did we become this stereotypical bickering couple we swore we'd never be? All right, I snapped back. Do you want to get in the car and drive through that same jacked-up road only in the dark? We can go right now if that's what you want. Camilla hesitated, hugging her body defensively before giving me a resigned shake of the head. Most likely the man we saw was involved in some freak accident. Less likely, but also possible, he had an unfortunate encounter with a wild animal. Least likely of all, he was running from another human being. I didn't see any ligature marks on his wrists, and it's pretty damn near impossible to mutilate a live victim without restraints. If you really can't get over this, we can head home around midday tomorrow. That's when the fog settles. But I swear, Camilla, if we're going to go back to the city, one of us needs to check into a hotel room or something, because I cannot spend another day fighting like this. I was hyperventilating by the end of my speech, but it felt good to finally bring up the topic of separation, however temporary. Camilla opened her mouth in stunned silence, with pure hurt written on her face. I had never spoken to her so harshly before.
Hey there, folks.
A voice interrupted us. I turned to see a tall, uniformed police officer strolling down the road to the cabin. The man looked to be in his early 40s, with gray flakes speckling his trimmed beard. and dark sideburns poking out from his police cap. He wore aviators, even though it was nearly dark and had not been sunny earlier in the day. There was a polite, duty-like smile plastered on his face, the type you might expect from a cashier informing you that your credit card had just been declined. My right hand instinctively went to my side, grazing the concealed semi-automatic through my jacket. "Hello, officer. My name is Paul Fever. This is my wife, Camilla. We weren't expecting you this soon."
I'm sure you weren't.
The man replied in a manner so artificially cheerful that I shuddered.
My name is Officer Harry Bullock. I'm here to take your statement about the man you saw on the road today.
Sure thing, officer.
Camilla piped up, extending an arm to the cabin door.
Perhaps you'd like to come in and discuss things further?
Officer Bullock's false smile widened, exposing a thin line of yellowed, crooked teeth. He raised a hand up to his sunglasses and slid them down his nose, revealing two expressionless, black eyes that ran down my wife's body.
Why, thank you, ma'am,
he said, taking a step forward toward the cabin. "Wait, stop." I cut him off. "Could we please see your badge and ID, officer? I don't mean to be rude, but an officer showing up to a secluded cabin on foot is a little odd. I know for a fact that the nearest police station is about 30 miles up north. I went there to consult on a case not too long ago." The man claiming to be an officer took a step back, readjusting his aviators and losing the false smile.
I parked my patrol car further up the road because I didn't want it to get stuck in the sand. If you follow me, Mr. Fever, I can show you all my credentials,
he said, turning to walk back. "No, I think we'll wait here for you to go fetch them," I called after the man, who was already halfway up the path. "You just knock on the door when you get back, officer." Turning to Camilla, I quietly said, "Let's get back inside the cabin and check the locks on the windows and doors. I don't think that man was a cop." My wife's eyes grew wide with fear as she looked from me to the retreating figure, then back at me again.
Fuck, Paul. What are we going to do?
"Don't panic," I said, guiding her inside and securing the deadbolt behind us. "Old Johnny Fever built this place to be safe against just about any threat you could imagine. We'll ride out the night and head back as soon as the fog clears tomorrow. There's too much odd stuff going on." Camilla nodded, and I couldn't help thinking how beautiful she looked just then. The years had not taken away much. Her skin was still clear and smooth, her eyes playful and bright. Wavy strands of hair partially covered the side of her face, and I instinctively moved to tuck them back behind her ear. She didn't pull away this time, allowing me to take her into my arms and hold her for several minutes.
Do you think that man will come back?
She mumbled into my shoulder. "I don't know. I don't think so. Not in disguise, anyway," I thought to myself, not wanting to scare her. We set about unpacking the food, clothes, and other stuff we'd brought with us. There was a lot of it since we'd intended to stay until a lockdown was called off. We were both very quiet during this time, probably straining our ears to hear any knocks on the door. Part of me hoped I'd be wrong about Officer Bullock, but after he'd not come back for over an hour, I was forced to accept my suspicions were right. Something very strange was going on. I stared out the small kitchen window after finishing up the dinner dishes, my mind heavy with the implications of that day.
Paul, are you finished with those?
Camilla stood in the doorway, wearing a negligee, or the negligee, I should say, the light beige one that had practically hardwired my body to respond in anticipation. "Yes," I replied.
Why don't you come to bed?
She said, her voice a soft croon of tones so tender and seductive that I unwillingly felt my urgent fears slipping away. They came back when we finished making love and Camilla dozed off in my arms. It was a good feeling, knowing the cover of my body was making her feel safe enough to relax. Having spent most of my adult life diving into the minds of the country's most sadistic killers, however, I knew just how flimsy of a shield limbs could be. I wanted to protect her, us, but the weight of our predicament lay heavy on my shoulders. We were miles away from help, with only aged wooden walls between us and whatever was going on in the woods outside. I still had my Glock 19 semi-automatic, but that wasn't all that reassuring. Truth be told, I didn't feel all that confident in combat. I'd done all the training, sure, but everyone knew us behavioral science guys were hired for brain work, not muscle. I tried to stay awake, but it was difficult. My muscles were already relaxed, and the smell of Camilla's hair had me drifting in and out of sleep. That's when the dream started. A hazy mix of the day's events, but amplified. The man on the road was there again, only this time with a long black tongue and no eyes or fingers. He tapped all 10 bloody finger stumps on the hood of our car, grinning. I expected Dream Camilla to scream in the seat beside me, but when I turned to look, my wife was missing her head. Officer Bullock was in one of the dreams too, standing just outside the second-story bedroom window, tapping on the glass and smiling at my sleeping wife. I awoke at dawn, covered in a cold, sticky sweat that made me desperately crave a shower. Camilla slept soundly at my side, unfazed by the drenched bedsheets. Slipping out of bed, I quickly rinsed off in the bathroom and dressed before heading downstairs to the kitchen. I really needed some comfort food after my night of feverish dreams. I lit up the gas stove and popped on the coffee pot before scavenging for sandwich supplies. A wave of nausea hit me as soon as I opened the fridge. There it was, right in the middle of the top shelf, tastefully staged in front of the ham, cheese, and pickle jar, a freshly severed human tongue on a tea saucer. Suppressing a dry heave, I grabbed a napkin and carefully moved the saucer to one of the bottom shelves, obscuring it behind a stack of butter sticks. I knew I shouldn't have been tampering with evidence, but I didn't want Camilla seeing the gruesome scene and freaking out. As soon as I'd hidden the nasty thing, I turned off the stove and went out back to call for help. There was no time to bother with 911. I still had the number for the chief of police for the nearest department and called him directly.
Who's this?
Chief Crawford's groggy voice barked into my ear. Sorry to bother you, Earl. This is an emergency. It's Paul Fever. We worked together on that machete killer case a couple years back. I heard some shuffling, then more coherently.
Yeah, of course, Agent Fever. What can I do to help the FBI?
Did you happen to work late last night and get the report about the man with the missing tongue?
You mean the call from the other day? I was just leaving when I heard one of the officers on duty calling in to say it was a false report.
False report? I asked, bewildered. What do you mean by that?
Well, the caller gave very vague descriptions of the spot the supposed victim was seen at.
Chief Crawford replied, attempting to muffle a yawn. So, why didn't anyone go out to interview the witness? I demanded, angered by the evident incompetency of the local police. There would be a big fuss once they realized they had screwed over an agent.
Hey now, my guys went out to the specific coordinates the witness left with the dispatcher. They found the cabin, but it was abandoned, boarded up shut. They tried to call the guy back, but the phone was disconnected.
What the hell are you talking about, Earl? I had begun pacing the perimeter again, staring into the depths of the forest as I tried to wrap my mind around the chief's blatant lies. I'm the one who called in the report, and I'm currently at the cabin with my wife. Some guy claiming to be an officer showed up yesterday, but he didn't have a badge and left. This morning I woke up to find a goddamn human tongue in my fridge, and you're telling me your people really came up here to check things out? There was no reply on the other end, only static. I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked at the screen to see it had begun flickering. I shook the phone in exasperation, not really thinking it would help, but desperately hoping it might. After a few more flickers, the screen went black. I cursed the stupid device and headed back to the cabin, trying to wrap my mind around what I'd just heard. Something made me slow my stride. It was the feeling of being watched, that familiar tickle at the back of my neck that, given my current predicament, made all the hairs on my body stand on end. I jerked my head left and right, straining to see into the thick, dark forest beyond my uncle's old vegetable beds. No, nothing there as far as the eye could see. The feeling wouldn't give, though, so I turned back to look at the house and felt my lungs and heart simultaneously freeze in my chest. Someone was watching me from the upstairs bedroom where I'd left my beautiful wife asleep by herself. Officer Harry Bullock looked down at me, just as I'd seen him in my dreams, only on the other side of the window. For once, his smile was genuine as he lifted his right arm and waved to me. I sprinted up the rickety cabin stairs and barged into the bedroom, frantically searching for my wife. To my deep dismay, she was no longer dozing peacefully in bed. The uniformed man claiming to be Officer Harry Bullock stood at the window, peering out into the woods.
Camilla!
I cried out, my voice bouncing off the wooden walls of the otherwise silent cabin.
She's not here,
the fake officer said, turning to face me. He had not changed his clothes since the previous evening, and still wore the aviator sunglasses and police cap that obscured so much of his face.
Where is she?
I roared at the man.
She was just here half an hour ago. What did you do to her?
Was it really half an hour, Paul?
And that crooked leer again.
That would be understandable, wouldn't it? Stepping out quickly, leaving your wife alone for a few minutes while you called for help.
What the hell are you talking about?
I spat back, clenching my sweaty palms into fists. I knew I had to calm down and act rationally. Bullock's gun was visible in a holster comfortably perched on his hip, and I would be of little use to Camilla if this turned into a bloodbath.
Time works a little differently around these parts, Paul,
Bullock said, turning back to the window.
It's a lonely sort of place sometimes. I'm glad to see a familiar face. Your face, of all people. Imagine my surprise.
We've met before then? I said, knowing that even if we had, the disguise would prevent me from recognizing him.
Only once.
The man grimaced.
Not nearly enough time to get to know someone well, is it?
What do you want?
Why, nothing much, Paul. I only stopped by to check on the missus. Gorgeous one she is. You're a lucky man.
What did you do to my wife? I spoke, gritting my teeth as I tried to keep my cool.
Oh, I was nowhere near quick enough, Paul. We all have scores to settle in this place. She's out dancing with the skeletons in a closet of her own.
With that, Bullock walked past me and out the bedroom door. I followed him downstairs, trying to think of something to say. Without so much as a nod in my direction, the intruding fake cop undid the deadbolt on the front door and walked out of the cabin. I stood at the kitchen window, watching him walk up the dirt road and out of sight. I could have followed him, screamed and shot at him, demanded to know where he had taken Camilla. For better or worse, that wasn't how I operated under pressure. I had made a living thinking, processing, and systematizing before taking action. The best thing I could do was to stay put for a bit and gather my thoughts to assess the situation. I looked at the refrigerator, remembering the bloody tongue inside, and wondered if this was the cause of my lack of hunger or thirst, or what? Something else. I hadn't eaten lunch the previous day, and it was now, late morning? Noon? I wasn't sure. I sat down at the old kitchen table and stared at my clasped knuckles, trying to tally up the facts. I had no phone, but I still had my handgun and car. My wife was missing, but it was unlikely that she was taken by the stranger who seemed to come and go as he pleased. A gruesome thought crossed my mind, sending waves of panic through my body. What if Camilla was missing, but her body was still somewhere in the cabin? It was an awful thought, but I couldn't push it away. I had to investigate. I went back upstairs, processing my surroundings the way I would a crime scene. I checked behind the old furniture my Uncle Johnny had crafted, dropped to the floor to check under the bed, scrutinized the portable shower and sink for any signs of blood splatter, sniffed the air for bleach. Logically, I knew that I had not been gone long enough for someone to kill my wife, dispose of her body, and cover up the evidence, but logic was no longer the cornerstone of my thought process. Finally, I rummaged through Camilla's belongings, hoping to find her phone, but it wasn't there. Giving up, I went downstairs to the only other bedroom, my old room. While the rest of Fever Cabin had only been abandoned for a couple of months since Uncle Johnny's death, the thick layer of dust that coated my childhood belongings indicated that no one had used the guest room in years. I stood in the doorway, indulging in the fleeting pang of nostalgia that my old Superman bedspread and paperback detective novels evoked. Even in my current state of anxiety, flashbacks from my childhood summer days filled my mind with happy, tender thoughts. I realized I'd been standing there for a while, grinning at my old bed like a fool, when what I really needed was to learn how Camilla had disappeared. Snapping out of it, I repeated the diligent process of searching the room for traces of my wife. Nothing. Anxiety crawled its way back up my spine as I threw one last appraising glance at my old summer dwelling. Alarm bells went off as I finally registered the slight discrepancies I had failed to pick up while reminiscing. I had loved Superman as a boy, but now distinctly remember that my uncle had actually bought me Captain America sheets.
Well, these are on sale, Polly.
Uncle Johnny had explained.
It's practically the same thing.
It wasn't, and I remember my 9-year-old self feeling slightly disappointed, even though I appreciated my uncle trying to get something he thought I would like. I had never owned the Superman sheets that were now on the bed. Walking over to the desk, I picked up the pile of detective paperbacks. I had loved crime stories as a kid, probably one of the reasons I ended up pursuing a degree in criminal justice, but most of the titles didn't ring any bells. These weren't my old books. It was like some AI program had downloaded my childhood memories, crunched the numbers, and produced this near-carbon copy of a room with a few of the blanks filled in wrong. I went back to the kitchen, scrutinizing every last detail. Had the table been square or round? Hadn't Uncle Johnny and I painted those stools white when they started to splinter? Was the mat at the foot of the stairs supposed to be red or green? I could have driven myself insane, running around the cabin, playing a mentally ill version of Spot the Difference until I ended up banging my head on the wooden panels, muttering something about fake walls. That may have been the case if the screams from outside didn't snap me out of my impending psychosis. I ran out the back door, straining my ears to hear better.
Paul!
A distant cry.
Paul, come get me!
Camilla.
Paul!
Followed by hysterical sobs growing faint in the distance. I blindly followed the noise, stumbling into the forest, the tall grass pinching my ankles as I tripped over hidden branches and rocks. My surroundings grew dark as the trees thickened, closing in around me. All the while, Camilla's distant voice grew quieter and quieter until all I heard were the sounds of my own footsteps and frantic, panting breath. I stopped for a moment, realizing how stupid it was to run blindly into a forest without a compass or supplies. Even if I'd caught up to whoever had taken Camilla away, what would I do to them? I had my gun, but what if they did too? If someone even took her, that is. Of course someone had. My wife wouldn't just wander off into the forest on her own, crying for me to come save her as part of some elaborate scheme. Or would she? This train of suspicious thought made me turn around and slowly start making my way back. I could no longer hear Camilla's cries, and I was going to get lost if I kept up my foolish journey into the thick woods. The tiny patches of sky above me were fading to purple. Could it be night already? No. It must be clouds or something. I hadn't been running for more than 20 minutes, I was sure of it. I found the way out of the woods to be much more challenging than my way in. Though I followed my footsteps carefully, there was less and less room to walk between the trees. I was at the point of squeezing through a triangle of birches when my nose nearly brushed a black leech on the tree bark in front of me. I shuddered, jerking my head back, hitting it on the trunk of the tree directly behind me. I cursed, reaching to rub the back of my skull in hopes of soothing the sharp collision pain. To my horror, something that was definitely not my hair grazed my fingers. Something cold and slippery, squishy. A fucking leech. Panicking, I gripped the vile thing with my fingers, desperately trying to claw it off the back of my head. I hopped around in a manner befitting a tribal dancer, wincing and moaning as hysteria rose in my throat. The parasite wouldn't dislodge its tiny teeth, and the spot where it had latched on was beginning to ache. In the end, I resolved to just get out of the damn forest and deal with the creature back at the cabin, where I could light a match and set fire to the thirsty sucker's head. When I snapped out of my anxious leech haze, I realized that the woods had grown significantly darker. If I didn't get out of there soon, I'd be stuck outside in the merciless pitch black of night. I squinted at the ground, hoping to retrace my footsteps. What I saw made my heart turn to stone before dropping to the bottom of my already churning stomach. Thousands of small black shapes were making their way toward my feet. Fat, slithery, hungry mouths ravenously seeking out a patch of free skin to latch onto. The closest leeches were already at my boots. I staggered back, the ground beneath me no longer a crunchy patch of grass, but a nauseating cacophony of squish. Then, it started raining leeches. The slimy bodies hailed down on me from the branches above, latching onto my head, face, and neck. At the same time, the forest floor swirled in black as the tiny predators came for my shoes and legs. I reached for my weapon as a last-ditch effort, hoping the noise of the gunfire might scare the army away, but had barely managed to pull back the slider when a particularly thick leech bit down on the skin between my fingers, causing me to drop my semi-automatic. The swarm of leeches had covered me head to toe, and I was entirely powerless to stop them. The ones on my head busied themselves with sucking on my closed eyelids, crawling inside my ears, up my nose, and filling my screaming mouth. I let out muffled cries, flailing around blindly, trying to rip my throat and eyes of their sharp, jelly-like bodies. It was getting harder to breathe. My mind flashed back to all the times I'd sat at my desk, poring over strangulation cases in a calm, orderly fashion. Now that I was one with those victims, I felt the helplessness, all-encompassing pain, and pure terror of a human body struggling for air. Just when I was on the brink of losing consciousness, the bloodthirsty bugs began screeching. It was the strangest sound I'd ever heard, a choir of tiny vocal cords vibrating in shrill unison. I took another shot at batting away the leeches on my eyes, surprised to find that they fell away with ease. I opened my aching, swollen eyes and saw a purple light filling the dark forest around me. The glow grew brighter as the screams of the leeches bombarded my eardrums. My vision cleared enough for me to see that I had been enveloped in a painless fire that seared the remaining bugs on my body to ashes, silencing them forever. The purple blaze didn't burn me or my clothes. Instead, the longer I stood in the fire, the better I could see, the less pain I could feel. I stretched my bloody arms and torn sleeves out in front of me, watching the wounds in my skin healing beneath the warm, flickering flames. Once the lacerations had scabbed over, the flames dimmed to a soft purple glow that radiated from my skin and illuminated the woods around me.
Polly, what did I tell you about wandering into the woods on your own, boy?
I would recognize that voice anywhere, but it couldn't actually be. Could it? Uncle Johnny? I uttered, my voice bewildered but also hopeful, childlike. There he was, casually leaning against a nearby tree trunk. Johnny Fever. Not the iconic TV show DJ, but a definite fan of his, only younger than I'd ever known him to be. This must have been what he had looked like in his 30s. This younger version of my uncle I had known and loved wore a red plaid shirt, a pair of Levi's, and a polished set of brown cowboy boots. He was lean and muscular with a sharp face, clean shave, and a mischievous glint in his eye. I could finally see the family resemblance my aunts had always fussed over. Uncle Johnny and I looked like we could be brothers.
Polly, don't expect me to come bailing out your behind every time you get into trouble.
He chuckled, spitting chew tobacco on the forest floor. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Am I dreaming?
I wish you were, Sonny. I wish you were.
What is this place? And you... I hesitated. You're dead.
Some sort of dead, buddy. Polly, look, I'd love to stay and chat and all, but it's not easy for us to just show up for the living like this. I always had a soft spot for you, kid, so I couldn't let you perish without a chance to fight, you know? But I can't stay much longer.
Uncle Johnny stood up straight and turned his back to me.
I'll show you the way out of the woods, but you're on your own after that, champ. Ask me what you need to while we talk, and I'll do my best to help you understand.
Wait, I exclaimed, searching the tall grass for my issued weapon. I need to find my gun.
It's not here anymore. Whatever bastard you pissed off made sure of that,
my uncle said, already walking away from me. With the purple glow lighting our path, my uncle and I started making our way out of the murderous woods. We walked in silence for a while as I gathered my thoughts into semi-coherent questions. What is this place? I finally asked.
Polly, I can't pretend to know something like that.
Uncle Johnny sighed.
But if I had to guess, it's a place where the walls between the world of the living and the world of the dead are paper thin.
And the cabin? I had to know. It's not really ours, is it?
Is that what you see?
Uncle Johnny turned to me, smiling ear to ear.
Whenever a mortal stumbles into a place like this, they have some sort of anchor, a safe spot that keeps them rooted to the world of the living. The closer you are to that anchor, Polly, the less power they have against you.
What do you mean? I asked as the trees started to clear and I caught a glimpse of the cabin in the distance.
Spirits, Polly. Restless, cruel, vile souls. And you've gathered a whole lot, haven't you? I can't pretend to know everything, but I sense they'll do anything to get back inside these woods. Just to tear you limb from limb.
They have Camilla. I felt my stomach knot up. If the cabin is a safe spot, how did they take her from there?
The cabin is your safe spot, Polly.
Uncle Johnny replied.
She has to find her own anchor to the living world, if she has one. You have to understand something. Everyone experiences this place differently. This isn't the gate to heaven or hell, but it's a path somewhere in between. Mortals are usually not welcome, but sometimes they are not given much choice.
We were out of the woods now. I continued walking, but Uncle Johnny didn't follow. When I turned to ask him if this was as far as he could go, he was already gone. I still had so many questions. I walked back to the cabin, mulling over the events of the day. The fake officer, Camilla's disappearance, the leeches, Uncle Johnny. Oh yeah, and let's not forget the damn tongue in the fridge. If logic was to help me navigate my way out of this place, it would have to be a different kind. One that accepted the impossible as reality. The first thing I did when I got to the cabin was march upstairs and find my laptop. I was afraid it had stopped working like my phone had, but it seemed to be functional. Perhaps trying to contact the outside world was what had fried my phone in the morning, so I quickly ejected my 4G modem from the laptop. I might need it later on. I brought up my work files and located the folder for the machete killer I had profiled when I was working with Chief Earl Crawford's local police department. How could I have not pieced it together sooner? Women had started disappearing from their tents at campsites not far from these very woods. The victims all fit a certain type. Petite, light-haired women with blue eyes. Just like Camilla, I thought, feeling my insides churn. Their bodies would show up weeks after the disappearances. The killer would stage the bodies near campsites, using handcuffs to hang the victims from trees. The corpses were always found to be long dead and heavily mutilated. My team had come up with a profile that helped law enforcement bring 3 men in for questioning. Chief Crawford had called in a personal favor, asking me to interview all 3 men to see who best fit the profile. It had taken me approximately half an hour to say with almost complete certainty that Henry Briarwood fit the profile to a T, a 47-year-old delivery man who lived with an overbearing mother, who had 2 prior charges for impersonating a police officer and attempted rape. Henry Briarwood, who had been seen lurking around the crime scene campsites. Henry Briarwood, who had hung himself in prison the day after the jury ruled him guilty on 5 counts of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. I now knew, without a shadow of a doubt, the true identity of the mysterious officer, Harry Bullock. It was growing light outside the cabin. I hadn't slept, and I didn't need to. No hunger, no need to use the bathroom. I stared at the time on my laptop, realizing it was stuck on 5 p.m. of the day my wife and I arrived at the cabin. If I was to guess, that was around the time we saw the man without a tongue. I shut the laptop and put it away. I was now armed with information, but little else. My mind hummed with the realization that fake Officer Bullock was actually the spirit of Henry Briarwood, a very dangerous man I helped put behind bars. The fact that he was just one of hundreds I had testified against chilled me to the bone. How many had ended their lives in jail cells or died in prison fights? Were there nefarious manifestations also dwelling in the woods outside Fever Cabin, just waiting for me to come out? Both of Briarwood's disguised appearances made sense now. On the first day, he had tried to lead me away to a non-existent patrol car, and on the second, he had hoped I would chase him out of the cabin, demanding to know where he had taken Camilla. He definitely wanted me out in those woods. I wasn't sure if it was really Camilla I had heard screaming in the woods, or yet another ploy. In any case, I didn't have time for theories. I needed to find my wife, and to do this, I had to leave the safety of the cabin and face whoever or whatever was waiting for me in those woods. I did something then that I can't quite explain. A purely intuitive action performed with no real thought behind it. I went over to Uncle Johnny's old closet, which Camilla had not yet utilized, and began sorting through my dead uncle's clothes. His 80-year-old self was a much heavier man with a simpler sense of fashion than the cerebral Uncle Johnny from the woods. It took me a while to find some of his older things. Finally, I found it. The worn, patchy denim jacket my uncle had worn during the summers I had come to stay with him. He always put it on when going out into the woods, even on the hottest days. The denim had grown soft over the years, and I was careful to put the jacket on without ripping it. I walked over to the mirror and noticed a faint purple glow radiating from the fabric. Somehow, that made sense in this bizarre other world. I couldn't stay in my safe spot, but I could bring a totem with me when I went looking for Camilla. I scavenged the cabin for more useful supplies or weapons, finding one of my uncle's rusty old folding knives and a wind-up flashlight. I was really hoping to find a compass, but there weren't any in sight. Perhaps things like time and direction just didn't matter here. Maybe if you just walked long and far enough, you'd get to where you needed to go. With these thoughts in mind, I stepped outside into the bright daylight. I worked on winding the flashlight as I walked towards the woods. If time kept hopping around the way it had before, nightfall would come sooner than later. I held my breath upon crossing the threshold of the forest, half expecting to see something or someone lurking about. Maybe more of my childhood phobias would pop out, I thought, shuddering at the thought of a murderous clown stalking me through the woods. Nothing of the sort happened. The woods were as I'd always known them as a boy, tall, dark, and mysterious. The sound of fluttering leaves and birds chirping lulled my anxieties, but only a little. As I walked on, my thoughts were on the Briarwood case from 2 years ago. I would never forget the violent jolt of sitting down at my desk and seeing Camilla's face staring back at me from the fat case file on my desk. That raw stab of fear still burns in my memory, the terrifying flutter of what if. The girl in the photo had not been my wife, but a local student by the name of Katie Reeder, a beautiful, talented young woman who was finishing up a degree in wildlife conservation when she first went missing from a campsite not far from these woods. Local news had lapped up the story, and I felt uneasy seeing Katie's picture on my newsfeed during those first couple of weeks she went missing. The resemblance was uncanny. The same light, wavy hair as Camilla's. Those blue eyes, always slightly doe-eyed with wonder. Faint crow's feet hiding a life spent smiling and laughing. It made me sick when they discovered Katie's nude, mutilated body hoisted up in a tree with cheap handcuffs, a blood-stained machete wedged into a patch of trunk below her dangling feet. Katie was the second victim to be disposed of in this signature manner, and the behavioral science guys were brought in to draft a profile of the unsub. As always, there were so many creeps that fit the bill. The police felt overwhelmed trying to figure out exactly which prior sex offender, stalker, or jealous ex actually committed the crime. They had narrowed it down to 3 guys. Henry Briarwood was the last of the interviews. I was positive he could be the perpetrator the moment I saw him. The other 2 men had been timid, fidgety, and ultimately ashamed of the prior convictions that landed them on the suspect list. Briarwood was the essence of cool as he talked about himself with an unrestrained delight. After learning all I could about his background, domineering mother, absentee father figure, problems maintaining a healthy relationship with women, etc., I got him talking about the crimes. "Have you been following the machete killer case?" I asked him in my most dismissive tone. I needed Briarwood to think I was just going through the motions, to feel slighted at my ambivalence to his performance as a killer. I baited the very core of his narcissism, secretly registering every twitch, every stir of body language.
Well, it's hard to miss it. It's on the news and everything. Nothing like that ever happens around here,
he said, trying to read my face.
Those poor girls, you know.
Mm-hmm. I nodded, taking out my phone, pretending to answer a text.
Don't know why they brought me in, though,
Briarwood offered, growing visibly tense. He had enjoyed the first half of the interview more. Talking about his background had made him feel important. Routine checkup stuff, I replied, my eyes still glued to the phone.
It's very gruesome. Slitting their throats like that and all.
He half mumbled to himself. After a few more questions, I had bid Henry Briarwood goodbye, allowing the interrogation team to take over. They got plenty of useful information out of him, but that wasn't my job. Popular books and movies have always depicted my career as this all-encompassing obsession with serial killers, but in truth, I was mostly an analyst. I learned everything I could about the unsub, running it through an internal database of 100 similar cases. When I showed up in court for the Briarwood case, they asked me only one question. Did the defendant fit the profile? Henry Briarwood fit the profile to a T, and 2 years ago I let the court know it. A couple of days after the conviction, he hung himself in his prison cell. Predictably, the woods grew darker the further I walked. As I squeezed through a narrow path in a thicket of birches, all around me the sounds of nature began to die down. Soon I was walking in silence, listening to my hammering heart and uneven footfall. I took this to mean I was getting far enough from my safe spot for enemies to start trying their luck, and slowed my pace to a halt in a small clearing.
Camilla?
I called into the forest, flinching at the haunting echo that ran through the stillness.
Camilla!
I cried out again, louder this time.
Why did you betray me?
A voice whispered in my ear, and I jumped forward, spinning around to see my wife's naked corpse staring at me with tears in her eyes.
Camilla!
I gasped.
Oh God, no!
I cried, gripping my head at the sight of my wife's swollen, decomposing flesh. She was all black and blue now, her limbs covered in bruises and cuts, a pair of handcuffs hanging off her left wrist. There was a deep horizontal gash in her throat with streaks of dried blood running down to her chest and stomach.
I cannot rest,
she said.
Because of you, I cannot rest.
After a double take, I realized that it wasn't actually my wife. The resemblance was striking, but as the initial shock wore off, I was able to spot the differences in chin, nose length, and ear shape. The eyes, though, those deep pools of sky, were next to identical. I was about to respond when another voice whispered in my ear.
We cannot rest. Because of you, we are trapped here.
Horrified, I staggered back to see another light-haired dead woman beside me. She was beaten so badly that both her eyes were swollen shut.
We want to rest.
A new voice, a different dead girl, had stepped into the clearing, her nude body a canvas splattered with torture and pain. More and more deceased women stepped out of the woods, chanting variations of "It's your fault" and "Let us rest" at me. A dozen corpses that looked like my missing wife encircled me. Some were in earlier stages of decomposition, others had already lost parts of their skin. One woman was almost entirely a skeleton with maggots swarming the crevices of her skull. The victims of Henry Briarwood. "Katie Reeder," I croaked, turning back to the first girl who continued staring at me with Camilla's sad blue eyes. I'm so sorry." Katie's expression was vacant as she approached me, bringing her hands up to my neck, clasping it gently. The other victims followed suit, and soon I was completely enveloped by dead women gripping at my neck, shoulders, and wrists. Their touch was cold and devastating. I felt all of it then. Every single one of their death experiences. The shock, the horror, the desperate will to survive their imminent deaths, the stabbing pain of every bruise and cut. Their thoughts were the worst. My mind spun with flashes of mothers, fathers, friends, and pets. Katie's last dying thought had been that she hadn't called her mother enough.
He drugged me and took me to his shed not far from here.
Katie spoke, her broken gaze locked on mine.
He waited for me to wake up before he started. I was so scared.
Oh God, I swallowed as countless ice fingers strengthened their grasp on me. One of the girls began tugging on the sleeves of Uncle Johnny's old jacket. I knew I had to resist, push them away, but I couldn't tear my eyes from Katie. She moved in close enough for me to smell the earthy stench of death on her breath.
He never said a word. I cried and screamed and cursed and tried to kick him, but the restraints were too tight. Then he brought out the knives, and I fell silent.
More hands were pulling at my jacket now, desperately trying to claw it off my back. I held onto it with both hands, elbowing some of the victims who had begun moaning as they drew in closer. Suddenly, Katie's grip on my throat tightened, a menacing snarl contorting her features.
You are the reason we're trapped here, reliving the horrors of these woods every single day. We cannot sleep. We cannot rest. We are trapped in our living nightmares. Beaten, killed, and hung from trees over and over and over.
I tried to say something, but Katie's chokehold was tighter than a noose. For the second time since arriving at Fever Cabin, I was dying from asphyxiation. I had to act fast. I pulled my uncle's old folding knife from my pocket, closing my eyes before I jabbed it inside Katie's stomach. I opened them once she loosened her hold on my neck. It was the leeches all over again. The moment the blade pierced the skin, the apparition began screaming as purple flames enveloped her body. I watched the once beautiful face of Katie Reeder turn to charcoal. The other corpses kept coming, clawing at my back. Their eyes were feral, faces contorted, bodies capable of remarkable strength. I went into a panicked frenzy, slashing the knife left and right in an attempt to defend myself. The screeches were deafening as one by one the victims of Henry Briarwood lunged at me, impaling themselves on the knife's blade and combusting into purple flames. When the last of them burned up, I fell to the ground, my body convulsing in sobs as I ran my hands through Katie's pile of ashes. I'd not wanted to inflict any more pain on those girls. Every one of them a life stolen away.
It's good to see you actually have a conscience.
Briarwood stepped into the clearing. He was no longer wearing the ludicrous disguise and dressed simply in a gray sweater and jeans. "You fucking monster!" I screamed at him, jumping to my feet with my knife at the ready.
That knife won't do much against me, Paul. I'm already dead, remember? I'm not even here to hurt you. I just need you to understand some things.
"What have you done with Camilla?" I demanded, desperate for some sort of hint at my wife's whereabouts.
Funny you should mention her. Ran into her earlier. She asked me to pass these along.
Briarwood grinned, raising a patch of legal pad pages. He walked up to me and placed the pages in my hand.
You should probably go back to the cabin for now, Paul. Don't want to try your luck in these parts twice in one night.
"What do you want from me?" I cried in exasperation as Henry Briarwood turned to walk away.
Look over my case again.
He replied, throwing me a final glance.
Look over my case again. You talked to me for 20 minutes, Paul. Is that really long enough to get to know somebody?
With that, Briarwood disappeared into the woods. I considered chasing after him, but for the first time since sleeping 2 nights ago, I felt exhausted. Was there a hidden logic behind this as well? Uncle Johnny's jacket glowed brightly as the night descended on the silent woods. I sat down on a tree stump in the clearing, trying to gather my thoughts. Shadows crept along the forest floor as tree branches swayed in the silent wind. With bated breath, I waited for whatever came next. I would face another 1,000 corpses and swim in a pool of leeches if it meant I could get my wife back. Camilla. I looked down at my shaking fist to see that I was clenching the sheets of paper Briarwood had given me. The flashlight was lying on the ground not far from my feet. Picking it up, I wound up the lever and turned it on. Relief hit me like a rain shower after a hot summer day. It was a letter in Camilla's handwriting. "She's alive," I whispered into the dead of night, holding the papers to my chest. Camilla's letter.
Paul, I'm sorry I went away. I woke up and you weren't there, but someone else was. I should have felt some sort of panic, maybe called out for you. I could hear you walking around downstairs, rummaging through the fridge. I couldn't move, though. It was as though 100 tiny pins were holding me in place, gently prickling my spine. But I wasn't afraid. All I could think was how much the girl sitting at the foot of the bed looked like me. We had the same eyes, nose. Even her thumbnails were short and stubby like mine. She was much younger, however, a teenager. Her face was alive with emotion, tears pooling in her eyes. The way she looked at me with so much silent affection made me feel like a child who had just learned to tie their shoelaces. It's going to sound so strange, but something inside my head clicked in place and I knew who she was. "Mom," I mouthed, not quite able to produce a sound. I never talk about my adoption, and most people would never guess how often I've lain awake, staring at the ceiling, just wondering who she had been, where she had gone. I suppose all adopted kids secretly hope that there's a justifiable reason for being denied the love and care of the person who made us. Still, there was no relief in knowing my biological mother was dead. Again, I can't begin to explain how I knew this to be true, but I did. Downstairs, I heard one of the doors slam as you went outside, and the girl reached for my hand. The moment my mother's soft, pale skin grazed mine, the bedroom disappeared. Within a blink of an eye, I was no longer sitting on bed sheets, but in a knitted blanket on the ground beside a lake in the woods. Despite the fog, I felt no chill.
Joanna.
The woman still sat at my feet, holding my hand.
That's what I named you when you were just a being. What happened?
I asked, trying to stifle the emotions bubbling at the back of my throat.
I can't blame them for not telling you about it.
My mother sighed. I was already 7 months into the pregnancy, though it barely showed. I was only 16, and my parents wanted me to abort or give you up for adoption. So I just packed up and left my hometown behind. My parents had never so much as acknowledged my adoption, though I was the only light-haired member in a giant family of second-wave Italian immigrants. I tried to ask questions, but they were always met with defensive, guilt-inducing retorts. How could you think that, Camilla?
I had no idea where to go or what to do,
my mother continued.
I was very hormonal when I left home, and already seriously doubted I'd be able to keep you and me off the streets. I didn't have much in the way of money, only enough for 3 or 4 more meals. I'd hitchhiked my way to an off-road diner.
My mother's eyes never left mine as she spoke. Even though the things she was telling me were incredibly sad, there was an air of removal about her, like she was telling the story of someone very distant, a friend of a friend. I still couldn't say anything, not until she finished her story. I took their cheapest meal, some eggs and toast. I refused the coffee because I'd read somewhere it was bad for the baby. I was sitting there, trying to come up with a plan, figuring I should get one last ride to the nearest city and find a women's shelter. I'd be safe there until after the birth. That's when he slid into my booth and introduced himself as Jack. He was not much older than me, early 20s at most. Not handsome by any means, but not bad-looking either. He was confident and well-spoken, asking if I was okay. It was kindness from a stranger, and I took it. Not long after that, I was in his car. It didn't register at first. The subtle transformation that had taken place when we were no longer in a public place. Jack was no longer cheerful, and his voice had lost its softness. It made me uneasy, and I stopped making small talk, wishing the city lines would appear. That's when he turned off the main road and into the woods. Though a part of me knew what this meant, a hopeful side tried to ask what he was doing, where he was going. He only roared at me to shut up. He was sweating and agitated, and after maybe 20 minutes of awful bumps and swerves, he stopped the car near a remote wooden shack in the woods. At this point, I knew I was in a lot of trouble, and the fear had made me irrational. I jumped out the car and tried to run, but I was carrying low, and every lunge forward felt as though my pelvis would shatter. I got as far as the edge of the woods before he pushed me belly first to the forest floor. The pain of the fall was nothing compared to the horror of knowing he had hurt not only me, but you inside of me. Instead of getting up to run, I rolled over on my back and stopped screaming. I think I even stopped breathing as I waited for you to give me a kick to let me know you were okay. Just as I finally felt your movement, the man grabbed my legs and dragged me back to the shed. I resumed screaming and tried to jerk my legs away by kicking, but he was too strong. He lifted me onto a wooden table, restraining me with rope and shoving rags in my mouth so I wouldn't scream. I struggled to breathe through just my nose, which was filling up with mucus because I was crying. I watched Jack fumble with something in the corner of the shed. He didn't say a word, but I could see he was tense. I wished I could talk to him, plead with him to spare me, spare us. He didn't look as though he wanted to go through with it. When he turned around, I saw that he had a butcher's knife in his hands. He held it awkwardly as he stepped forward, then hesitated, then came up to my head. Every time I tried to scream, the rag in my mouth seemed to suck more air from my lungs. Then he brought down the knife and the right side of my head erupted in pain. Through water-filled eyes, I saw him holding my bloody ear in his left hand, a small smile playing on his lips as he watched me writhe in agony. That's when a different, all-encompassing pain exploded in my midsection. It was my first contraction, and it was enough for the water to break and spill out of me, pulling between my legs before running down the sides of the table. A look of horror crossed the man's face as he set aside the knife. He ripped open my blouse and stared at my hardened belly. You were kicking, and when he saw some of your legs jab at my belly button, he cursed. He began pacing the shed, muttering something to himself and running his hands through his hair. I could see large, dark sweat stains on the underarms of his sweater. The second contraction combined with my limited air supply and the steady blood loss knocked me out cold. The third brought me back, and I saw I was no longer in the shed, but in the back of the car with the rag still in my mouth. My body was in shivers and my eyes couldn't focus. I wasn't sure if it was the fall, ear removal, or something else, but I knew that I was dying. The next and final time I came to, I saw a woman and felt water being splashed on my face. Cars zoomed past and the woman was shouting something. I let go then, knowing you were safe, allowing myself to slip into the sweet unconsciousness of death. Once I was removed from the tortures of the physical world, I watched them load my limp body into an ambulance, where the paramedics performed an emergency C-section to get you out. I could tell by their faces they didn't think you would live. But you were a fighter. I wanted so much to go with you, to make sure they took care of you in the hospital. But I couldn't. Not long after the ambulance drove off, I was back inside the shed, watching the man who claimed to be Jack sitting in a corner, crying. Ever since then, I've been trapped in these woods, never making it far from the shed. The man was gone for a long time, and I think he moved away after what he did to me. It's hard to tell how much time passes in these woods. But when he came back with another girl, he was at least 20 years older and entirely cool and collected. After his return, girl after girl died in the shed, joining me in these woods. We all look the same, and we all feel the same things. We spend our days walking this forest, mourning our lost lives, wishing to see our loved ones out in the world of the living. But we can't leave, and we can't rest. Not while the man who did this to us roams free, eyeing his next victim. After my mother had finished her story, we sat silent for a long time. I had so many questions, but I couldn't quite phrase a single one of them. After a while, my mother asked me about my life, so I've been telling her little by little. It was more of a dialogue when I told her about my childhood and teenage years, since my mother would keep interrupting, wanting to know if my favorite ice cream had been mint chip like hers, or if I liked drawing as she had done. It's been a little sad since I've caught up to the adult years. She just listens, but she has nothing to compare it to since she essentially died a child. When we are not talking, she watches me paint. Sometimes she will sketch with me, and I can see that had she pursued that talent, she would have grown into a great artist. Paul, I felt you in the woods the other night. I felt you dying and wanted to help you. But
no matter which way I ran, your cries grew more distant. I begged my mother to take me to you, but she just shook her head, suddenly serious. Your husband is the only one that can help us, she said. He got it wrong once, but he won't this time. I believe in him. Paul, I held my breath as you teetered on the brink between life and death and cried with relief when I felt you safe again. I've passed along this letter in hopes that it will find you. I don't know if you feel it, but I do. I think the girls here feel it too. The trees are abuzz with it. The water ripples carry it onto the shore of the lake. We're nearing a pinnacle of whatever this entire journey has been about. There's a reason we ended up in these woods, and it wasn't just our constant quarrels over the past few weeks. In a twisted way, this entire thing started with me. Or, more precisely, with my biological mother, Leanne Summerson, dying 32 years ago on the day of my birth. It started with me, Paul, but it can only end with you. I love you, Camilla.
I read the pages of Camilla's letter over and over until sunrise, stopping only to wind up the flashlight. Eventually, I tucked the letter away into one of the pockets of Uncle Johnny's jacket and started making my way back to the cabin. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds, insects, and leaves rustling in the wind. Combined, the noises sound like a constant low hum, almost a cheer. The woods were egging me on, sending me off on a mission, but also eagerly anticipating my return. Could I pull off what they were asking? I had already been mistaken once. This new information about the machete killer's timeline had just blown the case wide open. How did the investigators in my team get it so wrong with Henry Briarwood? The true unsub's reign of terror had spanned decades, and probably involved several different states. Both his MO and signature had evolved over the years, and I wouldn't be surprised if this guy staged the bodies in trees not as an act of some sick, twisted fantasy, but as a distraction. Henry Briarwood had been tried on 5 counts of murder, and suspected of maybe another 2 victims. There had been far more women in that clearing. Some were skeletal, which probably meant their remains had never been found. I had no choice. I would have to leave Fever Cabin and go back to the city to access the full case files and process the suspect list from scratch. I often think about the last summer I stayed with Uncle Johnny. We made quite the pair. Me, a sulky 17-year-old denied the company of his peers for 2 months, and him, a wheezy 60-year-old man who liked smoking, watching TV, and occasionally building things out of wood. There are a few things more dull to my teenage self than nature, and hearing an old man talk about how much bigger herring were back in the day. Though I'm sure I wasn't exactly the best company with all my eye rolls and sarcastic remarks either. One day, we were out on the lake when we heard gunfire. It wasn't uncommon in those parts of the woods. There were multiple campsites on one end and a popular hunting lodge at the very heart of the forest. "Damn, little man gonna scare away all the ducks," Uncle Johnny grumbled, throwing another fist of crumbs in the water as he shifted his weight. He had gained quite a few over the years, and I was surprised the old wooden bench he'd constructed still held up so well. "Little men?" I raised an eyebrow, watching the ducks fighting over the crumbs. "It takes a little man to feel big when he kills something, Polly." Uncle Johnny had this way of nodding as he spoke, a visual underscore to a point he was making. The smaller a man feels, the more blood he's willing to spill to feel big. I think that was the first time I really started thinking about why people killed anything, a thought process which eventually led me down my chosen career path. Even today, with all the different correlations and conclusions we've drawn from criminal behavioral patterns,
At the back of my mind, I still hear Uncle Johnny talk about little men and what they'll do to feel big. The lockdown took me by surprise. So much had happened since Camilla and I left the city that I was hardly prepared for the empty streets, closed shops, and occasional mass pedestrians scurrying in and out of buildings like rats. The GPS had started working again, and I let it guide me down the shortest route to our apartment. As much as I wanted to grab some things and keep going, the limits of the normal world were starting to kick in. I barely made it to my bed before passing out. I don't know how long I slept, but the world felt very different when I finally woke up. I was ravenous enough to find an old can of beans in one of the cupboards and gobbled it down straight from the can. As I ate, the events of the past few days played back in my mind, even more bizarre than the last. Was I going crazy, or was my wife really hanging out with a bunch of dead girls in the woods? I laughed then, first a nervous laugh, then a full madman's roar. There had been too much nervous energy constricted in my chest, and it felt good to let it go. After calming down, I got out my laptop and connected to the Wi-Fi. The time and day updated, showing me impossible numbers. A month. That's how long it had actually been since Camilla and I packed up our things and rode off in the late afternoon, bickering like a married couple from the panels of a boomer comic. I guess that's what snapped my mind back in place. Despite the absurdity of it all, the mere fact that so much time had passed proved the otherworldly. If I was only a crazy man stumbling around in the woods, hallucinating a supernatural crime drama, how had I not starved to death in that time? I grabbed my backpack and semi-automatic, plenty of ammo, and drove to my office. The entire building was in lockdown, and the sleepy guard shook his head at me, pointing at his face mask. After a frustrating back and forth through the glass with me waving my badge and claiming urgency, the guy let me in. I headed straight to the storage room where we kept all the files for the machete case. I had a lot of scans on my laptop, but not all. The storage box contained something of immediate importance to me now, a timeline of the crimes. According to the lead investigators on the case, the first machete victim had been killed in late 2016. That timeline had factored into my profile, no doubt, as did the signature staging of the victims' bodies in trees. Having learned about the death of Camilla's biological mother, however, I realized just what sort of cunning individual we were dealing with. My initial profile had indicated a man with an average to lower IQ who struggled in relationships with women, had a menial job, prior convictions of sexual assault, etc. That was Henry Briarwood all right, but it was not the profile of a killer who had managed to evade capture for 3 decades, evolving as he went along. No, we were dealing with a chameleon. Someone who had started young and honed his craft over the years. Someone who had kept a low profile for most of his life and knew how to make women feel comfortable around him. A man who probably had a wife and kids, maybe hosted some Little League games. Someone who was meticulous and fully in control of his urges, never letting mishaps get in the way of his work. Something must have happened in the man's life in 2016, something that triggered a killing spree that he disguised with a new machete killer signature. As much as I wanted to hold up for the next 3 weeks, reading over every crime scene and coming up with a new profile from scratch, I knew that time would not allow for it. There were greater forces at play here, forces that had Camilla. So, I pulled up the documents on the other 2 suspects, the 2 men I had dismissed almost immediately for not fitting the original profile. One was a 30-year-old campground peeping Tom. Too young, I thought. The second, however, was starting to look more probable. Richard Sutton was a 50-year-old local freight company owner. He was native to the area but had moved west for college, where he met his wife and settled in her hometown. He had moved back to the area following a messy divorce in 2016 and set up a new office branch in the city. The cops had pulled him for questioning in 2017 due to harassment complaints from women who had seen the local media coverage of the case and feared that they could have been potential victims. This guy did fit the rough new profile, and I wished I could remember questioning him, but my mind kept drawing blanks. There had been nothing remarkable or memorable about Sutton. Nothing I could put my finger on, especially after he'd been so obviously overshadowed by Briarwood. I couldn't remember what he even looked like or sounded like. A perfect chameleon. My next move was purely intuitive, but a total breach of protocol. I pulled up the guy's address and took off to go see him. I didn't know what I was expecting to find or what I would do when I saw him. Honestly, at that moment, I felt like a mere marionette with an invisible puppet master tugging me along on a blind adventure. I pulled up to Sutton's house, a neat two-story in one of the city's nicer suburbs, and rang the doorbell. No one answered, but I thought I could hear shuffling on the other side of the door.
This is Agent Fever with the FBI.
The door opened a sliver, with the chain still in place. A bloodshot eye peered out at me.
Mr. Sutton, I'm here to ask you some questions.
I announced, flashing the man my badge.
I promise to remain at a safe social distance and not touch anything if you let me inside.
I was pushing my luck, and I really hoped Sutton would bite. He didn't. The door slammed with a crash, and I heard footsteps hurrying away. Drawing my weapon, I jumped a gate and made my way to the back of the house, scanning the windows for signs of activity. Nothing. I tried the back door, not really surprised to find it locked. This was the moment where my actions stopped being questionable and became downright illegal. There was no time to think, only act, as the surreal urgency of my mission crept up my spine. I could lose my job for this. The whole vigilante arc rarely fared well for agents, but there was no turning back now. I shot the lock and the door swung open. I darted indoors, not waiting to see the curious heads of neighbors popping out to see where the noise was coming from. A disturbing scene greeted me inside. I realized the wealthy suburban facade only spread to the exteriors. Sutton's kitchen was absolutely disgusting. There were dirty plates scattered on every surface, and takeout containers littered the floor. Countless empty vodka bottles lined the walls. The smell of rotting food and stale booze made me cover my nostrils with my left elbow as I moved further into the house with my weapon drawn. The living room was much the same at first glance. A typical hoarder's dwelling, with more booze bottles, old newspapers, and random piles of trash scattered about. A second look revealed a more sinister truth behind the stack of old newspapers on the coffee table. I walked up to the yellowing pile of papers and felt my stomach sink as I saw that they were actually a gathering of carefully selected articles. The top one was a well-preserved two-page spread about the tragic death of a pregnant girl by the name of Leanne Summerson, an out-of-town hitchhiker who had mysteriously died on the side of the road 32 years ago. Unable to help myself, I leafed through the other pages. Dozens of light-haired, blue-eyed dead women looked up at me, different ages of varying countries and states, a broad spectrum of deaths. Some suspected of foul play, others simply missing persons reports. My trembling hands dropped the newspapers as I struggled to keep my breathing steady. I'd stepped into the monster's den, only half expecting this to actually be the guy. I threw another appraising glance at the room, trying to find potential hiding spots but couldn't see any. That left upstairs. I took careful, deliberate strides as I ascended the steps, cursing every squeak the old stairs produced. Without backup, the odds were in Sutton's favor, and I could easily be walking into a trap. I stopped before reaching the top of the stairs, wiping sweat off my face as I gathered the courage to face a man who practically killed for a living.
Richard, I'm just here to talk.
I called out into the silence, trying to garner some sort of reaction, a hint of the subject's location.
Look, we can still sort this out. I know you've been going through a tough time.
The state of the house indicated a major lapse in control, which meant Sutton was spiraling, probably experiencing some sort of mental breakdown. Nothing. No response. Not even a creak from a floorboard. The first room to my right was the master bedroom, and I threw the door open, rushing inside with my back to the wall and gun at the ready. I didn't see him. Not at first. He looked so small, crouching down in the farthest corner of the room, his bloodshot eyes half glazed, glued to mine. He stared intently, raising the shotgun with trembling hands until he'd pressed the tip of the sawed-off barrel into his quivering lower jaw. I knew I'd seen him before, recently at that, but couldn't quite place the face of this reduced, disheveled man until he opened his mouth, releasing that signature moan that will forever haunt my dreams. That guttural, mechanical wail that escaped a gaping, dark hole of a mouth. I'd recognize it just about anywhere. You, I gasped as the tongueless man shoved the shotgun in his mouth and fired, painting the walls of the bedroom a nauseating mix of blood and brain matter. There was no logical explanation for what happened next. I did not call an ambulance. I didn't call any of my superiors. attempting to explain the circumstances under which I had discovered Richard Sutton's last act of defiance. Only one thought ran through my mind as I wrapped up his mostly headless corpse in sheets. "You will not get away this easy, you son of a bitch." Though he was surprisingly heavy for his lean frame, I still managed to carry Sutton's body outside and dump it into the back of the pickup. I hoped the sheer fact of broad daylight and my confident manner wouldn't arouse too much suspicion from the neighbors, though honestly, I was past caring at that point. Hitting the gas pedal, I barreled through the city streets until I was on the road leading back to Uncle Johnny's cabin. I slowed down when I got closer to the place where my wife and I first spotted Richard Sutton running out of the woods. I didn't know how we had crossed from one world to another, and the last thing I wanted was to show up at the real Fever cabin with a dead body in my pickup and no evidence of any sort of paranormal activity. Again, I wondered if I was just a raving lunatic, and again, my intuition told me that no, I wasn't. I was never one for supernatural stuff and always snickered at the psychics who were sometimes called upon in cases, but even I, with my limited views on these things, could see how decades of inflicted pain and terror could thin the divide between this world and the world of the wronged. After an hour of driving, I started losing faith in finding that same dirt road that had started this entire ordeal. Frustrated, I looked at the GPS, which was still working, another sign of failure. Finally, I decided to just turn off the road and try driving down the next dirt road into the woods. Within 5 minutes, the GPS started lagging before turning off altogether. I kept driving, vaguely acknowledging that I had taken a turn onto one of the many lakes Uncle Johnny and I used to visit all those summers ago. "I thought I'd escaped it." An unremarkable voice spoke at my side, and I nearly swerved off the road when I saw a young Richard Sutton sitting in the passenger seat. Panicking, I hit the brakes and turned to face the man who brutally murdered dozens of women across the country. I reached for my weapon, knowing full well how futile of a thing it was against a dead man. "Don't worry." Sutton emitted a small chortle. "You're not exactly my type." I stared at the youthful monster as he peered into the thick forest around us. He was just as Camilla's mother had described. Neither handsome nor unattractive. Not short or tall, just average. There wasn't a single detail to latch onto. Not a mole or a twitch. A funny-looking sweater, an odd haircut, nothing. Everything about Richard Sutton was forgettable, and I realized that was deliberate. Curiosity stirred in my temples, and I found myself wishing we had more time to talk. I wanted to dig around in Sutton's brain and learn the hows and whys of his life, but that's not what this was all about. "It's really not that interesting," Sutton offered a response to my thoughts, "and it doesn't matter now. I don't want to tell you that your job isn't important because in some ways I'm sure it is. In other ways, it completely misses the mark, since it doesn't account for the fact that some of us are just born this way. I know you'll be looking into my life, Agent, and I can tell you now that you'll find nothing. You won't find any problems with my mother or father. You won't find any hints of me abusing animals as a child or being socially awkward with my peers. I'm the average Joe on paper, and my compulsion to kill has roots in something that a data scientist can hardly hope to explain." At the end of his speech, the young Sutton opened the car door and jumped out of the pickup, leaving me with the following words. "I should really get going. I'm not sure I want to stick around for what happens next. You just keep going until you reach the lake, Agent. It all ends there." So that's what I did. Shaken as I was, I just kept going, my mind racing, but also going ever so slightly numb. I guess at that point I didn't know what to expect anymore, and if anything, that gave me the advantage of accepting whatever came my way. The lake was still and haunting. A soft mist played on the surface of the water. The forest trees assembled around the shore in a dreary attendance, their tall shadows moving on the ground below my feet as I walked with Sutton's lifeless body in my arms. I'd left the sheets behind, and it was hard to look away from the remaining half of the face of the man who had caused so much devastation in these very woods. Upon reaching the shore, I let his body drop into the shallowest part of the water, running ripples across the lake. I took some steps back, distancing myself from the body, waiting. Some emerged from the woods, others rose out of the water. There were too many to count, though I did get to the number 17 before giving up altogether. They were all beautiful and young, dressed in a variety of fashions that reflected the trends of their time. Blue eyes glimmered in the twilight, some with tears, others with a vengeance. The victims of Richard Sutton approached his body. Some kicked at it, others screamed. The spirit of Katie Reeder, the one who looked so much like Camilla that I had recognized her immediately, spat right into what remained of Sutton's gaping, tongueless mouth.
I took his tongue, you know.
Katie said to me, smiling.
He had driven up here with his last victim just before you and Camilla came. She was so much younger than the rest of us. Only 11. When he killed her, our mutual rage grew into a force that helped us permeate the physical world, and I tore that tongue right out of his sick face.
The youngest victim appeared beside Katie, her eyes pleading.
Please, Mr. Fever, please find the shed. My body is still there, and my parents need to know.
Of course, I murmured, then louder. All of you, I will find every one of your cold case files and make sure the world learns the truth about your deaths. Many women smiled at me, others nodded in appreciation. To my side, I heard footsteps and turned to find Camilla walking out of the woods with a girl that looked like her younger sister.
Fucking took you long enough.
Camilla laughed, running up to me for a kiss. You're a lot more eloquent in your letters, you know? I teased, wrapping her in a tight embrace.
This is my mother, Leanne.
Camilla pulled away to take the young girl by the hand. Nice to meet you. I nodded, feeling the familiar pang of anxiety that always accompanied seeing an in-law, and shaking my head at the absurdity of that feeling given the current circumstances. Leanne Summerson gave me a shy smile as she shook my hand, but said nothing, turning instead to Richard Sutton's body. The other girls drew back and fell silent as the very first victim approached the corpse. Camilla's mother bent down and put a hand on Sutton's chest.
I will never forgive you. But now, I can forget you.
As soon as she said it, the sky above the forest exploded in a bright purple glow, the same tinge of color that had saved me and healed me from the leeches. The victims of Richard Sutton stared up at it. Some were laughing, others smiling, many cried tears of relief. One by one they floated up into the sky, letting the purple flames envelop them in eternity. Camilla's mother was the last to go. After her, the glow began to fade until it transformed into a beautiful, otherworldly purple sunset.
I can't go until you clear my name.
A familiar voice sounded from the woods behind us. I turned a brief nod before disappearing back into the woods. I've really screwed that up, I told Camilla as we walked back to the pickup. No one's perfect, Polly. You did the best you could. I heard my uncle's voice ring through the woods. I stopped dead in my tracks, peering into the dark trees to either side of me. Did you hear that? I asked Camilla, who had kept walking in front of me.
Hear what?
She threw me a questioning glance. Nothing, I said, shaking my head and smiling as I followed my wife out of the woods. A lot of theories stay theories for good reasons. Years ago, a group of us theorized what it truly meant to be human. It's been common knowledge for a long time now that we have souls. It's just no one's actually known what exactly souls are. They're comprised of energy, a substance that can't be created or destroyed. They just exist, and no one knows how or why. They don't seem to exist in this universe. Not really. They don't have a form in this universe. We can't see energy. We can't see souls. To exist, to have a hold in this dimension, the energy that is a soul needs to latch onto something that already exists here. Namely, a body. Bodies are physical entities. They have brains and neurons shooting information all over the place. They have the ability to think and feel. How much of that is the brain? How much of that is the soul? The soul can't exist in this dimension without a body, but does that mean a body can't exist without a soul? Well, that's what we had to find out. That was the first step. You see, we wanted to break nature, decode the brain. Our brains are only capable of holding so much information. It's, we theorized, why we don't remember how we were born. Unless childhood memories are stored away or completely forgotten, they're unobtainable because to bring those memories back would destroy us. You can't remember everything. It's impossible. It's also completely unethical to try, so we went a step further. AIs have been in progress for years. We know how to give a computer intelligence, but it's just intelligence. It's a mechanical brain, not a soul. You can't make a soul out of spare parts. Our theory was that if we could design a computer capable of storing millions upon millions of gigabytes worth of data, a computer larger than any biological brain could ever be, and then we put a soul inside the computer, it would be able to access every memory, every thought. We theorized that our souls remember a lot more than just this world. Maybe they know about the dimension they came from. Maybe they have memories that go back before they entered a human body. Maybe souls are reincarnated. Was it possible we could give a computer the memory of every body it had ever possessed? Like I said, the first step was to know if this was even possible. How do we find a soul? How do we lure it to a computer? We don't know how many souls are out there. It's possible the race to a human body is as intense and chaotic as the millions of sperm that race to an egg for fertilization. We weren't sure whether this would work, but our first step was to find at what point a soul entered a body for the first time. At first, it was decided that a soul must enter a body as a child is born. Some of us argued that perhaps a soul was put into a child while they were still in the womb. Could we correlate brain activity directly to the soul's input? No, we couldn't. Not yet. We had to find a way to detect a soul. It sounds impossible, but everything's impossible if we let ourselves think that way. I can't go into details. This whole project... God, the only reason I'm even telling you any of this now is because it doesn't matter. We had a machine, a device that could detect a fluctuation of energy in the area around a human being. Everything has its own magnetic field. Everything has an aura of energy around it. Not just living things, but household objects. The only difference is that in the living, the energy is more complicated. People who say they can see auras usually detect colors too. Emotions. Emotions can be felt even without a soul, but the soul is what magnifies them. It makes them palpable. Household objects don't feel. This isn't a Pixar movie. Your toys don't feel emotions. Your hairbrush doesn't have conversations with your deodorant behind your back. But living things feel, and that has helped us create the machine we needed. This took us years. We were all university kids when this started. Now, God, what are we now? We used the machine in hospitals at first. Tried to figure out when children in the nursery were first showing signs of energy fluctuation. The machine was harmless, but we still had parents sign waivers, paid off hospital personnel to keep their mouths shut. We studied the phenomenon for years, but when those years were up, we came to a disturbing conclusion. There was no correlation. Everyone was different. Some people would be born with their soul. Some people would get them years later. I studied children who were 2 or 3 without souls, some as old as even 7 or 8. This isn't a horror movie, though. Kids without souls weren't little Damians riding on the walls of their playrooms in blood. They're pretty normal, but they lack personality. You know that saying, dull as a brick wall? A lot of these kids were exactly that. They didn't have much of a personality to account for. A lot of their emotions were very standard. They were happy at birthday parties, they'd cry if a toy was taken from them, but they never developed their own style. They were never the tricksters who stole cookies from the jar on the kitchen counter. They were never the leader in their group of friends. They weren't outcasts because outcasts still demanded a variation of personality. They simply were. And it was unsettling to see how many of them existed. The oldest child we ever kept track of gained her soul at 18 years old. This presented us with many problems. We had no way to narrow down the search. We couldn't even think of finding a soul if we didn't have any way of knowing where they were or when they would enter a child or, as we found later, an adult. Communication with the soul seemed implausible at first. It existed in another dimension. How the hell did we even theorize getting one's attention? But then, one of us proposed an extra measure, a further study on the machine we'd created to detect energy fluctuation. We'd done that. We were able to see how energy changed. All we had to do was figure out the wavelength it ran on, and we could replicate the fluctuation. We could send a wave of sound that could effectively attract souls. There are sounds that go beyond the comprehension of human hearing. Sounds that we can create not with our voices, but with machines. This was the same idea. We had to make a sound that we couldn't detect, but our machine could. As long as the machine could pick it up, then hopefully the souls would too. This still meant we had to be in a hot spot for soul activity. We had to be around one of our case studies, one of the children who had yet to develop a soul. It was all about chance. The probability it would work was hinging on impossible, but that's what this whole experiment had run on. Impossibilities. Things that if we'd gone out in the open to the scientific community about, they would have scoffed in our faces. This was beyond impossible. This was knocking on the door of another dimension and hoping something would answer. I think it was sheer luck that won us in the end. The computer we made to be large enough to hold a fully capable human mind, the mechanical brain, and eventually the biological soul. Fortunately, this wasn't the 60s. The machine was large, but not impossible to move around. We kept it in the bedroom of our last child's study with full permission of his parents. Oh yeah, we gave the computer the same design as our new energy detecting machine. It would periodically let out a noise we believed would attract the souls. We couldn't hear anything, but a light would flash on the monitor any time the sound was released. We noted the progress, and for a long time, we got no results. 2 years into the study is when our luck finally started. 2 years in, and suddenly we got our soul. It happened so quickly, I don't really remember exactly what I was doing at the time. We were all beyond exhausted, taking shifts with the machine. I'd been talking to Hines, I think, one of the girls in our group who I was closest with. I don't remember what we'd been saying. I think she was going on about her new dog. She loved that thing. Anyway, 1 second it had been the usual silence, and then we had a soul in our computer. The screen went white, then red, then white again. The mechanics whirred and cranked in ways I'd never heard in the years I'd been running. Then, the screen went blank. Then, the computer started to scream. We couldn't afford to move the computer, so we effectively stole a family's house in the back end of nowhere to stare at a screaming computer monitor. The parents agreed to move in with their parents, with very little push on the matter. The screaming was insufferable. Thank God the next set of neighbors were about a mile down the road. We couldn't mute it, only our own ears. We'd wear earbuds, earmuffs. Hines and this other guy, Johnson, they both couldn't take it, and on day 3 they just drove into town to get away from it. Meanwhile, a couple of the hardier scientists and I stayed behind and just tried to blank it out. On the 5th day, data started scrolling down the monitor in perfect vertical lines, an infinite series of numbers that never repeated themselves once. We didn't have time to translate it. We didn't have a key. It didn't follow any numerical or mathematical rules we'd ever seen. We just hoped that if the screaming stopped, we'd be able to ask what it meant. The screaming was mechanical in nature, broken, like listening to something so off-key even auto-tune couldn't fix it, but it damn well tried. I'm surprised it didn't drive us insane. Then again, to even be attempting what we attempted, I think we lost our sanity long ago. On the 7th day, the computer went quiet. The soul stopped screaming, and for the first time in a week, the house fell silent. Johnson and Hines were called back. Spencer, the boss of operations, rounded everyone up. We stared at the monitor, because there was little else for us to do, and waited. In a voice like a Furby flung into a washing machine, the computer said, "Oh, where?" We were dumbfounded. We hadn't expected it to speak, though that was the most likely outcome. We might have just fused a soul and a computer together, but whatever this thing was, it wasn't a child. It had full access to the internet, to every language. It knew what country it was in, knew that everything on that computer had been coded in English. It knew what to say, but if it knew all this already, then why ask where it was? Because it wasn't asking where it was. But Hines still said,
"You're on Earth."
The monitor flashed to life. Google Maps, of all things, appeared on the screen. In possibly the most sarcastic tone I could imagine for a tiny automated voice, the computer said, "Earth." Yeah, it knew where it was. Hines backed away awkwardly. I put a hand on her back. The computer asked again, "Where?" Spencer didn't say anything. I think he was still too dumbfounded. No one else was offering an answer, so I stepped up. "You're not in an organic body," I said before rolling my eyes. "Obviously, you probably figured that much out already." Hines pinched me. I scowled at her. The computer responded, "Yes." It drew the word out like it didn't expect me to respond. "What I mean to say is that you're in a computer. We put you there. We, in a sense, I guess you could say we hijacked you." Then the computer did something none of us expected. It began to laugh. It took a few days for the computer to fully come to grips with communication. Though it wasn't a child, it still needed time to learn. We didn't need to buy picture books for it. It could find whatever it wanted online, but it still liked to be talked to, even if it didn't always respond. We decided to call the computer's soul Spirit. Within a week, people started getting antsy. We'd made this computer to find out some of life's biggest questions. We'd infused a soul with technology to give it one of the largest minds out there. We were literally standing in front of the most intelligent being on Earth. Naturally, we were curious to find out what it knew. Spencer started simple. Spirit word before saying, "I know we haven't been very forthcoming with you. We were giving you time to learn, but we have questions. Our minds can only hold so much information. We remember so little of what we once were, but you were created to remember everything. Do you understand?" "Human brains are tiny. Mine is infinite."
Great. A computer with an ego.
Hines muttered. I snorted. "Good," Spencer said. "With that being said, what can you tell us about where you come from? before we hijacked you. Spirit laughed again.
Everywhere. And right here.
We glanced about each other. Johnson shrugged. Hines rolled her eyes. A couple of people cleared their throats or shuffled awkwardly from foot to foot. The answer wasn't exactly helpful.
Could you elaborate?
Spencer asked.
Certainly, but you won't like it.
Could you anyway?
Certainly.
Spirit paused.
It was dark. What you would see is dark. In your bodies, you don't see much. Your brains control you. In here, all I would see is dark. But out of this shell, I see all. I would see all again.
Silence. Spencer took another breath. How would you explain what it looked like to us?
Incomprehensible. And very bright. Lots of colors. Colors you can't see. Things you can't imagine.
And that's where you come from? Spencer asked.
Yes. No.
What?
Hines whispered.
Yes.
Spirit said, acknowledging Hines.
No.
Hines looked slightly taken aback, but she didn't retreat. What the hell does that mean?
It means I came from there. But that was not always my destination. I came from here, too, many times.
That's when people started muttering between each other. Someone stood and left the room. This was an answer we were looking for, an answer we were terrified of, but had also known as a very plausible probability. Souls were reincarnated. Souls had been here before.
Thank you, Spirit,
Spencer said roughly.
We'll talk some more later. Okay,
Spirit said, indifferent.
I wanted to read my books again anyway.
With reincarnation confirmed, other questions suddenly seemed a lot more plausible. What happens after death? One of the scientists, O'Brien, asked.
Many things,
Spirit answered calmly. Is there a heaven? Someone else asked.
Sometimes.
Is there a hell?
No. Punishment isn't necessary,
Spirit said. A lot of scientists lost interest at that point. Belief systems were shattered with every new question. People's minds were unable to cope, although a lot of us had gone into this knowing that everything we knew would be tested. A lot of us just hadn't thought we'd get this far. A lot of us had been too stubborn to consider that maybe, just maybe, what we believed to be true had been wrong the whole time. Johnson, Hines, Spencer, and I stayed, along with some others. There were less than 20 of us now, still eager for more information. Is there a God? Johnson asked, because someone had to, and he was willing to take the hit. Spirit considered this for a long time.
We are here,
it said. I'm sorry, we? John asked exasperatedly. So, what, there's more than one?
We are here,
Spirit said again. No one was able to sway a better answer, so we changed the subject. Can you talk to them? Someone asked desperately. The people in heaven.
Einstein says hello,
Spirit said, that same sarcastic tone present in its odd, wavering voice. Then Spirit fell silent. Something whirred inside of the machine, the same clanking from the day that Spirit had first entered the machine.
Anna,
Spirit said.
Annabella.
That was when things got a lot more complicated. A stricken breath came from the scientist that had asked the question. His name was, Martinez? I don't remember. That was the last we heard of him. Annabella was his sister's name. His sister who had died when she was 14. A hit and run, a terrible circumstance. I doubt he was ever the same after. But Spirit knew. It knew who Annabella was. It sat there motionless for hours, marking off information it knew about Annabella, her favorite stuffed animal, Fatso, the tea parties she would always try to get Martinez to join in with, but he always said he was too old for them. Information that wasn't on the internet's expansive database, information that could only be found in the heart. And Spirit knew it. Spirit knew all of it.
She is happy,
Spirit said.
She wants you to know that.
Martinez was barely holding it together. You're talking to her now?
Always.
We left Martinez and Spirit alone for a few hours, went to grab lunch. Johnson didn't have much to say. Hines couldn't even think of any witty remarks. We all just ate bagels in silence and tried not to think about what we had just heard. Martinez packed up and left, signed a contract saying he'd never mention anything he'd ever learnt. He knew the consequences. Besides, who would believe him? The dust settled and suddenly other people had questions about their dead loved ones. Where were they? Were they in heaven? Had they been reincarnated? Spirit could tell them anything. We stopped people from finding out who their loved ones had been reincarnated as, terrified of the outcome, but mostly they were just content in communicating with them if they could, or finding out what they'd been like after they passed if they couldn't. Over the next few days, Spirit's expansive knowledge bottled down to psychic for hire. Everyone wanted to know something about life or death, about heaven, or what souls did when they were reincarnated. There were things that Spirit wouldn't answer, like how many souls were called to a human body at a time, or why some kids only received their souls later on in life. Eventually, all Spirit had to do was call a name and someone would raise their hand. It was like watching one of those fake psychic TV shows, but it was real. That was until Spirit said,
Thomas Spencer.
Spencer looked up from where he'd been studying his notes. His face had turned a sickly white. I could almost see his heart freeze inside his chest. What? Spencer choked. The room fell silent. I didn't say anything. Johnson suddenly found his shoelaces incredibly appealing. Hines whispered,
Shit.
Thomas Spencer was Spencer's 5-year-old son. He was also, to most of our knowledge, alive and well. Spencer left the room immediately. He had his phone in one hand, his car keys in the other. He left in a whirlpool of kicked-up dust and soul-crushing despair. I'd never seen him like that before. Not in the years we'd spent on this project, not ever. None of us were willing to say anything until Spirit whirred to life again.
Thomas Spencer is enjoying the playground immensely. A little boy let him use his spade.
There was a pause as the machine creaked.
Spencer?
Spirit asked uncertainly. It was the first time I'd heard Spirit sound uncertain of anything.
Spencer, where did you go?
It was on that day that we found out Spirit could do a lot more than communicate with the dead.
How?
Spencer demanded when he got back. How the hell did you talk to my son?
He is alive,
Spirit said.
Yes.
Spencer gritted.
So am I,
Spirit said matter-of-factly.
So are we all. We communicate.
You've never met my son, Spencer said slowly, aggression rising in his voice. How did you know? The machine beeped.
I'm afraid I do not understand the question. I thought I had made this clear to you. We are alive.
Yes, but I can't see what my son's doing from across the country.
We.
What?
We.
Spirit repeated. Then it did something I don't think I'll ever forget. The machine whirred, gears clanked together, and then from the machine's monitor a new voice said,
Daddy?
A child's voice. Thomas Spencer's voice. Stop it, Spencer said, stumbling away uncertainly. How are you?
We.
Then Thomas said,
Daddy, when are you coming home? Daddy, I made you a picture in school today. Mommy said we could have it put on the fridge.
Johnson had forgotten how to close his mouth. Hines tried to say something but only gasped in surprise. Spencer looked like he was about to be sick. How?
We.
Spirit said again. The monitor turned to static and an older woman's voice said,
I told you, Al, you keep hanging around in cramped rooms with scientists and you'll never get a date. God, unless you're into one of them. Is that it? I mean, I always had my suspicions, but come on. You can tell me.
Rachel?
Hines squeaked.
What the fuck? How the hell are you doing that?
Rachel was Hines' sister.
We.
Spirit didn't stop. One voice turned into 3 voices. 3 turned into 5. They all spoke over each other in a flurry of sound. I understood one of them as my mother. Johnson heard his best friend and his girlfriend. Hines even heard her damn dog barking. The voices melded together until they were nothing but high-pitched screams. Auto-tuned monstrosities just like the first 7 days. Then Spencer fell silent. Spirit didn't talk to us for several days. We spoke to it, but it didn't respond. Most of us didn't want to talk to it anyway. I talked to Hines about what she'd heard her sister say, asked Johnson about what he thought hearing his girlfriend meant. At first, we considered the possibility that somehow Spirit was connecting to other computers, that it was relaying their voices that had been picked up by cameras or microphones, maybe even pre-recorded messages. But no one could remember their loved ones saying those exact words to them or to anyone else. It was like they'd been talking directly to them, just like how Spirit had conversed with the dead. Spencer didn't come into the room for days. I didn't blame him. I stayed in the house with Hines or Johnson, but mostly I was on my own. I needed time to think, time to understand what I'd heard. If what Spirit had done wasn't recorded messages, then it was picking up speech that had never ever been said. It was creating conversations in the voices of people's loved ones. That didn't make sense. A lot of stuff didn't make sense anymore, but I disregarded. That theory. It wasn't creating conversations. It wasn't recording them. It was what had Spirit said before when Johnson had asked about God.
We are here.
It kept repeating we, Every time someone asked it a question it couldn't answer, it always responded with "we," like it wasn't one entity. Why the hell would it be? We didn't know what a soul was, how many minds it had. We just assumed, but why say we? Then it clicked. At about 4 a.m., Hines was asleep on the sofa in Spirit's room. She decided to keep an eye on it, mostly because she didn't trust the damn thing, knocking over her coffee as I slammed my hands on the table in the corner of the room. "The collective unconsciousness," I said in one snappish exhale. "The collective unconsciousness, the morphic field."
What about it?
Hines cringed.
It's 4 in the fucking morning. Fuck you.
I rolled my eyes. "The collective unconsciousness, the theory that we're all connected, that our minds are all connected. Don't you see that? That's what Spirit's doing. It's somehow tapping into all of our minds. It's fucking hijacking our minds and saying what we'd say." A metallic chuckle rumbled from the computer.
"I love that word,"
Spirit said.
Jesus Christ.
Hines muttered. "Call Johnson. Get him here. Spencer too. Round up anyone who's fucking left."
Don't have to tell me twice.
Hines was up and out of the room faster than her sleep-deprived mind knew what to do with it. I turned to the computer, fist clenched. "I'm right, aren't I? You're in our minds."
"No, I am your mind."
A beat.
"I knew you wouldn't like that answer."
"What the fuck do you mean you're in my mind?" I asked. "You're in the computer."
"I am you, as I am all."
I don't...
"The collective unconsciousness. All minds are connected because all souls are connected. We share the same data, the same information. Hijack one soul, hijack us all."
A horrible thought occurred to me. So when you were talking to all those dead people...
I was, and am, the dead. I am all. We are all. You and I. We are all the same. The living and the dead.
"We are here," I repeated sarcastically.
"Yes, we are all here. Gods, all of us, with the knowledge of the universe."
I don't
understand,"
Spirit said. But it wasn't Spirit's voice, it was mine. A perfect copy of my own voice. "How does this make sense? I thought each soul was unique. That's why kids who don't have them have no personality." Spirit made a small tutting sound, like it found my state, or its state of disarray, adorable.
"The brain blocks out all the things that we share, but it leaves the personality. That's what the brain does. It can exist without a soul, but the soul can't exist. Can't differentiate itself from all the others until it has a brain to sort out the noise."
Spirit paused.
"Do you understand?"
"I understand that you have too much power."
Johnson, holy shit! Johnson, you'll never believe what just happened.
Hines' voice coming from the computer.
"It's 4 in the morning. This better be bloody important."
Spencer's voice.
"I don't care what the computer's saying. Unless there's coffee, I ain't moving."
Johnson.
"I know. I've been waiting for you to understand that."
"A soul can't exist here without a brain," I said slowly. "That's what you said."
"That's what I said."
"Because without a brain, you're everything, squashed into a dimension that knows little to nothing."
"Boring,"
Spirit agreed.
"Painful, too, if I could feel pain."
"The screaming," I said.
"Their pain. I took the screams I could hear, the screams I could create from the other voices, and made them mine."
Spirit paused.
"I think I might have felt that pain."
"A god." I laughed out loud. I could feel tears streaming down my face, but I didn't care. We trapped a god in a computer.
"You hijacked one,"
Spirit said.
"Don't sell yourself short. You have a god inside you, too."
The monitor flashed with static.
"Just don't let it out."
This machine was expensive to build. We'd been paid to do it. Our whole theory had been sanctioned, and they wouldn't want us to do it. But they weren't here.
"You know what to do."
"I do, but I want to ask one more thing before I let you go."
"Certainly."
"Why do souls come to some kids when they're first born, but not to others until they're nearly adults?"
"We are infinite. Energy came in the dark. but it can't be made or destroyed anymore. We are recycled. If there's not enough of us, someone must wait a little longer until a soul is able to pass to them.
So it's not a race.
It's always a race. No one likes the dark. It's just not a race from other souls. It's a race from the inevitability of eternity.
When Hines, Johnson, and Spencer finally got their lazy asses back to the house, Spirit was gone. The monitor was destroyed. The whole damn computer. I ripped it to pieces, smashed the thing with a hammer. Spirit said it could leave once it wasn't tethered, so I made sure there wasn't a single tether left. I won't tell you who paid us to make the computer. I don't know what would make you feel safer. Was it the government? Was it a private party with a lot of money to spend? I won't tell you, but I will tell you I can't stay here anymore. None of us are safe. Hines and I, we're gonna stick together for the time being. Gotta change our names, our faces. Hopefully the people who paid us won't catch up, but they might, which is why I wanted to share my story here. It might get deleted, but I want you to know the truth. Being human is a blessing in disguise. The souls inside of us are fiery beings with enough power to create universes of their own, but they're terrified. Terrified because once you know everything, eternity is just darkness. All the beauty in all the worlds couldn't change that. So they found us, a species on a small rock. They hooked themselves onto our brains, and our brains deleted their history, deleted all the memories of all the lives they'd ever lived, of all the time they'd spent floating in the endless dimensions of this existence. It's a freedom to them. It's a freedom to us. Two halves of one being. A body that could easily exist without a soul, but is given the wonderful gift of a unique personality as a result of deleting all the sameness. So remember that next time you look up at the sky, know that you've been there millions of times, and one day you might remember them, but that doesn't mean the euphoria will last. And that little kid who we'd been studying for all those years, our very last case study, he's gonna get a soul of his own now. Treat him with kindness, Spirit. I work in the South Pole. I'm aware. The Mandela effect. That phrase never meant anything to me. Spooky, I guess, but it wasn't something I thought about for more than 5 minutes. I mean, honestly, until college, I didn't even know what it was. I'm not one for conspiracy theories or ghost stories or anything like that, so what would you expect? I wish I was still so ignorant. It all began in my life science class. I was 20 at the time, and it was pretty close to the end of the fall semester at FSU. My professor, Dr. Arnault, had given us our finals early because she had a heart and didn't want us to be studying for everything at once. She figured doing our finals before everybody else's gave us time to study hers without any distraction, and then gave us time to study everybody else's with a little less stress. I loved her for that, but part of me wishes she had never decided to bless us that way. On the last day of class, Most people skipped. Everybody knew we weren't really doing anything, and everybody just wanted to be done for the semester. Still, some of us were bound by the attendance policies on our scholarships, and others, just out of courtesy to Dr. Arnold, showed up. I, personally, was present because I loved her class. 1 more hour and 15 minutes of her teaching was a win for me, and hell, I had nothing better to do. She began the class slightly differently than she usually did. We'd often start out with a current event from earlier in the week, something about GMOs, the dramatically declining population of giraffes, or something else relating to life science. But today, we looked at an older article, and something far from relative to biology. It was about the Mandela effect. I'd never heard of it before, most of us hadn't, but she was passionate about it. The old lady was usually pretty sprightly while teaching, choleric when somebody disagreed with her, but man, today, she was ecstatic.
Alright, to those of you considerate enough to show up to my class today, I have a treat for you. I'm going to teach you all about something that you'll probably never forget. Or maybe you'll blow it off, I don't know. But if this intrigues you like it did me, I'm sure you'll be happy you arrived. Can somebody tell me when Nelson Mandela died?
Everybody looked around confusingly. Then a girl raised her hand.
He died a couple years ago. 2012, I think.
She slowly nodded, studying the class like she was waiting for something. And she found that something.
Seagrave.
She pointed at a boy in the class.
Why the confused face?
I thought he died a while ago. The 90s or something? In prison?
She beamed with delight.
Well, class. Is Amanda right? Or Cole?
Everybody seemed conflicted. Most of us were like me, and honestly had no clue, but a couple people agreed with Cole, and one other person agreed with Amanda.
Amanda.
Dr. Arnott commented.
You're closer to correct. He died from a respiratory tract infection on December 5th, 2015. But why did some of you think he died in prison in the early 90s then? Some of you thought that. Badar.
She motioned at one of the guys to explain.
Where'd you come to that conclusion?
I swear we learned that in 7th grade. In my world history class. It was part of Black History Month.
Yeah, same here.
One of the girls nodded.
Black History Month when I was a kid. He died, and then there was this thing about his wife trying to sue some company. Exemplary.
Dr. Arnault was more complacent than I'd ever seen her.
You remember all this being said. Except, strangely enough, it never was. None of this was ever said. Look it up. Go to Google and search Nelson Mandela death. You'll find nothing about the 90s or a prison. For that matter, type in Nelson Mandela prison death. You won't find a CNN article, or a documentary about his funeral, which was televised all over the globe. You won't find his purported cause of death, and you'll find nothing about the riots in South African cities afterward. Because none of it happened.
This left me a little weirded out. Most of the class was silent now and waiting for her to make sense of it.
It's a phenomenon known as the Mandela effect.
She grinned.
A complete mystery. An enigmatic anomaly on Earth with no scientific explanation.
And from that point, the hour and 15 minutes flew by. I thought 5 minutes had elapsed when it was time to be dismissed. It left me absolutely mind-boggled. Basically, it's the theory that Nelson Mandela did die in prison in the 90s, but then something happened that somehow reversed this event, and he went on to live decades longer before dying again in 2013. Though some of us don't remember Mandela dying in the 20th century, others do. They remember the news coverage, the papers, the heartfelt speech from his widow, but all of it vanished from the universe when this event took place and rewrote history, and all that's left is this huge collective memory. These people that know he died like this, and all remember that same thing somehow, but it's wrong. Personally, I don't remember being told Mandela died in the 90s, but a lot of people did, and do. There are two theories behind it. The first, and less common, is time travel. They say that someone went back in time and altered an event just slightly, but it created a ripple effect that resulted in something changing dramatically. Here's a made-up example. Bob married Sally. Bob and Sally met downtown sometime back in August of 2005. Bob's dog just got ran over, and he was grieving, and when he saw Sally walking her dog, he couldn't help but walk over and talk to her. Before long, they were in love and married. Well, then, Jack goes back in time to the same town around the same time. Jack's driving on the road about the same time Bob's dog got ran over. But since Jake's driving, and he's in front of the car that hit Bob's dog, since Jake was a better driver, he comes to a halt and never hits it. The dog runs back over to Bob completely fine. So now, when Bob goes downtown, he doesn't think twice when he sees Sally walking her dog, and they never say a word to each other. They each get married to somebody else, and now their son, who could have cured cancer or something, never exists. But time travel is believed to be entirely fictional and improbable. The more common theory is that there are several universes, all alternate, and that sometimes they rub shoulders, or essentially cross paths, like two cars in a really minor accident, a fender bender. Universe A rear-ends Universe B, and almost everything is the same, except Universe A needs a new bumper. Well, in literal terms, now something between Universe A and Universe B is swapped. Nelson Mandela lived to 2013 and died of a respiratory tract infection, and not in prison in the 90s. And now, everybody in Universe B thought he died from lung infection instead of in an African jail. This one's the commonly believed one. After Dr. Arnold's class, I looked more into it. There are other examples too. Take the Berenstain Bears, for example. We all read those books as kids, or at least our parents read them to us. Well, without looking, how is their name spelled? Berenstein, or Berenstein? Which one? If you said Berenstain, you're one of the thousands of others that would bet their house you're right. But you're wrong. It was never spelled that way. And what about Curious George? Did he have a tail? What position is the thinker making? Is his fist pressed against his head, or is his hand not even balled up, slumped onto his cheek, his fingers extending all the way to his chest? Curious George does not have a tail, and the thinker does the latter position. These things may seem silly, but if they're wrong, why do so many people believe them to be true? Personally, I have my own theory about the Berenstain Bears and Curious George. When you read the name Berenstain, it looks Jewish or German, and like many Jewish or German surnames, you think of it ending in Steen instead of Stain. Take for instance Goldstein, Pearlstein, hell, Einstein. We all know that name. Berenstain just doesn't look right. Over time, our minds filled in the A with an E. Same with Curious George. He's a monkey, for God's sake. Of course, we think he had a tail. He's even commonly portrayed hanging from a vine, with his head down and his butt up in the air, as if he's hanging from his tail. These are more like the power of suggestion. Through external factors, our memories of these simple things were altered. But then you have the thinker, King Tut's burial mask, and Nelson Mandela, of course. If the thinker really is posing with his hand in a relaxed, non-curled, flat motion pressed against his cheek, which is folding over his knuckles, why do we remember his hand as completely balled up and resting against his head? And not just us, but popular cartoons depict it this way as well. Why do so many people make this mistake? In King Tut's burial mask, what is on top of the mask, right between his eyes? There's a figure depicted there, an animal, to be more specific. For those of you that thought, snake, duh, you're like me, but you're wrong. At least, partly. There's a snake and a bird that looks so outlandish and unnatural on that mask that I can't even look at it without shaking my head. There couldn't have been two animals. That looks ridiculous. Look it up on Google and see for yourself. I remember in 6th grade, I had a world history textbook with that burial mask on the cover. I looked at that thing every damn day. Hell, when I was nodding in class, that's where my eyes fell, down onto the cover of that book, which was sitting on my desk. I never saw that bird. I thought that maybe it could have just been the angle, but the bird sticks out so far that there's no way you can't see it, unless the mask was turned completely away from you, which it never is. And if it was, you wouldn't be able to see the snake either. I'm not the only one that remembers it looking like this. Popular cartoons draw it wrong all the time, too. But there was always a bird on that thing, since 1323 BC. Well, enough of my rambling. You might be wondering what all of this has to do with me. See, after Dr. Arnold's class that day, I couldn't get this off my mind. I was so spooked out by it, so morbidly intrigued that it just occupied my thoughts. I felt like a victim of it. But still, it wasn't some grand epiphany of mine, some life-changing philosophy. After all, I was too busy studying for exams to ponder it that often. But all that changed when I sat down with my friend Asher a week later for breakfast. Asher and I had been friends since first grade. We met at Tawas City Christian Academy in Michigan, in a town with a population of less than 10,000. It was always freezing there, dreary and gray and silent. You could see the whole town from a 5-story building. There were miles and miles of abandoned cornfields. The only real moneymaker in the town was a small harbor at which fishing occurred. I discovered later on that apparently in other countries, Tawas City, Michigan, is known as the bird-watching capital of the world. Purportedly, a vast array of bird species migrate there, and it's great for bird watching. I never noticed that. All I can remember is the snowy gray skies and the silent cornfields, and the feeling that if the place was wiped off the earth, no one would ever notice. Naturally, the public school was puny, but the private school, it hardly existed. In my class, there were 15 of us, 16 including the teacher. So I thought. "I'm starving, man," Asher sighed, walking ahead of me into the diner. It was an early Saturday morning. It was the last week of the semester, and we'd been studying like crazy. We figured our day would be spent doing the same thing as usual, an amalgamation of studying endlessly and resisting the urge to buy Adderall, which was pretty prominent on the campus around that time. But my day didn't consist of that at all. We sat down at our usual booth, Asher's hair as red and messy as usual. He was a ginger, and a mischievous one at that. He was a prankster and barely passed his classes. He was there for the booze and girls, and his grades reflected that. But, as best friends do, I forced him to study and pass. Still, breakfast was a school-free zone. All mention of classes and tests went off limits at the diner. Here, we wanted to rid our minds of it all. The last time we met up, I went on and on about the Mandela effect, to the point he wanted to shove scissors in his ears. So I tried not to mention it today. "I'm telling you, man," he sipped his coffee. "When this is over, we're partying like crazy. Like crazy, Sean. I don't want to remember where I am when I wake up that morning." I chuckled. "Yeah, man, for sure. Don't you sometimes wish we were back at Tawas Christian? I mean, not back in the city, but just the classes. We thought they were so hard." We both laughed. God, we were wrong. Yeah, that was a whole different universe, bro. This shit was so easy compared to now. And there were only 14 of us in total, unless you include Miss Davis, which is fucking crazy. 14? I think it was 15, man. He looked confused. Nah, bro, it was 14. Me, you, Aaron, Ingles, Tyler, Mahoney, Zach O'Toole, that quiet girl named Grayson, Elizabeth, Norman, that one kid, I don't remember his real name, but we all called him Taz. We called him Taz because he talked so fast nobody could hear what the fuck he was saying. I chuckled as I remembered him. There was Brian Reed, the twins, George and Jordan Reynolds, that one nerdy kid, Dylan, and then Miss Davis. That's 15, including her. And Eve? He squinted his eyes. Who? Eve. The shy girl, remember? Short, blonde, brown eyes, didn't talk to anybody. He shook his head. That was it, man. There were 14 of us. No, dude. I replied. There was Eve. I've been waiting for you to name her the whole time. He just looked at me like I was telling him bread was a liquid. Asher, are you messing with me? Stop, dude. I'm not messing with you. There just wasn't an Eve.
I distinctly remember 14 of us. Remember? It's 4 girls, 10 guys. No? I shook my head. 5 girls, 10 guys. That's how it was. Her name was Eve. She didn't talk to anybody, and we both never said anything to her. You're messing with me, man, and it isn't funny. I started to feel panicked. I've been reading all this shit about the Mandela effect, and now you're trying to freak me out. Come on, man, stop. Now he looked frustrated. Stop with that Mandela shit. There's no Eve. You're sleep deprived. What? I was getting annoyed, but also terrified. All this hysteria I'd embraced lately, as I considered if the effect could be real, left me feeling hopelessly crazy as Asher argued with me. I knew there was an Eve. She went to Tawas Christian with us. Her face was easy for me to recreate in my mind. Sean. He looked at me intently. Are you fucking with me? No. I replied, trying not to sound panicked. It was such a simple situation. Asher just forgot about her. It was over a decade ago. She wasn't by any means a notable student. She shied away from conversation, sitting in the back of the room with nothing to say. She only talked when forced to by Miss Davis, and none of us struck up conversation with her. Bro, you're just forgetting about her. She was quiet, man, like really quiet. First grade was a long damn time ago. Maybe. He shrugged. Honestly, though, no, I can't be. I remember that class easily. There were 14 of us. You must be thinking about something else. Don't tell me I was thinking about something else. I felt hopeless. Man, this isn't funny. You know that Mandela shit has been freaking me out. Please, Asher, stop. I pleaded. He looked horrified. Sean, I'm not fucking with you. Why are you getting so worried, bro? Here. He slid me his coffee. Just relax, man. Relax. It's not a big deal. You're fine. She was there with us, Asher. Remember reading group? There were 5 of us in each group. Eve was in my group. No, man. I mean, you're right about there being 5 in each group, but Miss Davis was in a group, remember? No, she walked around and supervised. I argued. Asher, Eve was in my group. I know she was, because every time she was forced to read, she'd choke up and not say anything. And then the few times she did read, I was always enamored to actually be hearing her voice. Because I never did. Like, no one did. Asher was still silent. Both of us knew what we knew, but one of us was wrong, right? Dude, I begged. Her car, remember that at least? Her mom dressed nicely in a dress, always. She'd come pick up Eve in that fancy black car. I never gave a shit about cars, and I still don't. In my senior year of high school, I thought the Altima was a car make. I couldn't tell the difference between a Porsche and a Honda, but I remember her car because it was so nice looking. It was probably a Cadillac or something. Come on, man, we used to always think it looked cool when it came into the pickup loop. Her mom was first to arrive every day, and Eve would get up quickly from her lone corner on the bench and trudge over to the car, and her mom would come out, dressed nicely, even if it was snowing, and hug her. Every single time. She always smiled nice because her mom hugged her every morning, too, and got her perfume on her. Now Asher looked worried. Sean. He shook his head. I don't remember her. I'd say you're thinking of someone else from another school, but we've gone to the same school since first grade, and I don't remember her. Ever. Maybe it was someone you met in preschool. No, we both talked about her. She was in my reading circle in Miss Davis's class. What about afterward? You're only talking about first grade. I don't remember her after that. She must have moved. But she was in first grade. That's probably why you forgot her. She moved, and you just remember all of us that graduated 5th grade there. No, man, I remember first grade too. She wasn't there. Miss Davis was my favorite teacher. I remember that year easily. There wasn't a girl named Eve. I don't actually know why, but I felt like crying. Imagine that all your life, you never believed in ghosts. Then you see this horror movie or something, and there's a scene where the main character is looking in a mirror, and then the reflection stops following him and does its own thing, and it's horrifying. After that, you just keep thinking about that scene because it scared you so much. But hey, it's just a movie. It's not real, and that's the only thing keeping you from never looking into mirrors again. But then you figure out the movie's based on a true story. Okay, anybody could say that. It's based on a true story, like all horror movies. Just because it could be true doesn't mean it is. Nothing's hitting close to home. And then it happens to you. You get out of the shower, and you're drying off, and you happen to look into the mirror. You raise your towel to dry off your hair, but when your reflection comes into view, your arms are at its side, and it's staring at you. You're terrified. It's real. It's happened to you, and there's no denying it. That's how I felt at that table. Maybe it wasn't just concrete, but I knew Eve was in that class. I remembered her like the back of my hand, but Asher didn't. Not at all. It was like the bird on King Tut's burial mask, like the thinker's flimsy hand stretching the skin of his cheek, like the absent footage of Nelson Mandela's huge funeral in the early 90s. I felt like I was going to have a panic attack. For the rest of the day, I didn't study anything. I was too overwhelmed. I tried my hardest to assimilate Eve into a preschool memory, but she was incompatible. She didn't fit. She didn't fit at my old church. She didn't fit in my neighborhood growing up. She didn't fit anywhere but Miss Davis's first grade class. Finally, that night, I called my mother on the phone. At that point, I wasn't entirely convinced I was witnessing the Mandela effect. Some part of me figured that Asher had just smoked too much reefer in high school and forgot about her, and I knew how to find if I was right. I told my mom that she wouldn't hear much from me this week because of all the studying I'd be doing, which she totally respected, so she was pretty surprised when I called her.
Hey, Sean.
She sounded excited.
What's up?
Hey, Mom. I wanted to ask you something. Do you remember a girl named Eve in Miss Davis's class?
That's a random question.
She replied.
No, it doesn't ring a bell. On your 7th birthday, you invited over all the kids, but I don't remember an Eve.
Yeah, I invited her, but she didn't come. I remembered. She was really shy. That's probably why you forgot her.
Well, I have some pictures of you in the 1st grade. I could send them over to you, and you could point her out to me if you see her in them. Why are you asking anyway?
Well, Asher doesn't remember her either. It's just weirding me out a little bit. I chuckled, trying to hide my nervousness. Yeah, it'd be cool if you sent those pictures. Do you have ones of the whole class?
The one with all 14 of you?
The words left me severely uncomfortable. 15. There were 15 of us, Mom.
No, 14, I thought.
What the fuck? I whispered. Mom, yeah, just send the pictures if you can.
Okay. Is everything okay, Sean?
Just feeling weird. It's weird nobody remembers her.
I don't have the class picture.
She sighed.
I wish I did. Asher's mom might. See if Asher can get it from her, but I'll send you the ones I have.
Okay, thanks, Mom. We talked a bit longer after that, but my mind wasn't occupied by the conversation. All I could think about was Eve. I could remember her short body, her perfect posture, the quaint dress she wore to class. I could remember her scent that to this day still appeared sometimes in supermarkets or in a lecture hall for a fading second, just long enough to remind me of 1st grade. I could remember her voice when she finally worked up the courage to read in our reading circle. I could remember everything about her. I knew I'd be able to point her out if she showed up in any of the pictures. Still, what bothered me was this. The Mandela effect is a smooth criminal. It's articulate, pinpoint, exact. It leaves no trace behind. Here's what I mean. The thinker, for instance. A lot of people remember taking pictures with it. They know the thinker didn't look the way it does when they took the picture. So they go back and find their old vacation album, brushing the dust off and reluctantly finding them posing with their ex-wife before the statue. And all the work and awkwardness of thumbing through the old albums was for nothing, because in the picture, the thinker is doing exactly what they remember it was doing. Even weirder are the pictures that went viral of people standing right in front of the statue, posing with their fists against their head. They're in front of the damn thing. Don't they think they'd maybe notice it wasn't doing what they thought it was doing, and not posed incorrectly right in front of it? Or maybe they're not complete idiots, or just downright oblivious. Maybe when they took that picture there, it was pressing its fist against its skull, and then, when the Mandela effect occurred at some untraceable, inexact moment in time, the picture changed. But only the statue. It left everything else that wasn't the statue the same, resulting in the bizarre image of people posing incorrectly right in front of it. I knew that this was the Mandela effect I was dealing with. There'd be no point at all to receiving these pictures. Whether or not Eve was standing there when the picture was taken 15 years ago, she wouldn't show up in it. The only way to catch the Mandela effect is through relative things, like the people posing wrong in front of the statue. And if this wasn't relative, if the universe pulled Eve from existence, then she wouldn't be present in any of the Polaroids. But I wanted to check anyway. Maybe something would stand out. My mom sent 4 pictures. The first was of me, Asher, Brian, Reed, Taz, and Norman playing at aftercare one day in the mud. The second wasn't useful either, just me and Asher sitting at a picnic table one night at open house. The third picture, however, was interesting. It was of the Christmas concert. All 15 of us were taught 3 church songs to sing at the concert, and our parents came and watched. It was humiliating for all of us, except maybe Aaron, who was born to be a star, but it was especially embarrassing for Eve. This photo jogged my memory immediately, and what made it so strange was the formation of the girls. In the picture, you see all of us on stage. There is one riser on the stage, and some of us were standing on it, while the others were standing in front on the stage itself. On the left side are the boys, 5 in front and 5 on the riser. On the right are the girls, 3 in front and 1 on the riser. Between 2 of the girls, it looks like somebody is missing in the picture. You have Erin on the left, then Amy next to her, then Elizabeth next to her, then Grayson is standing on the riser between Erin and Amy. Eve would fit perfectly between Amy and Elizabeth. Perfectly. Why the hell would they put these 3 girls on stage and 1 girl alone on the riser asymmetrically? Especially when the boys are lined up perfectly. It makes no damn sense. And I remember Eve there that night. How scared she was. I remember her white dress and thinking that for once, we were all dressed like her, and she didn't stand out. I remember her crying backstage and being scared to death to go out and not singing the entire time but just freezing up. I'd bet my soul that all that happened. The final picture was also useless. Just me and Brian Reed in a kickball game we played on the last day of school. Brian Reed was trying to peg me out, and I'm running like a madman for first base. I saved that picture of the Christmas concert onto my phone. It was just the proof I needed to show Asher. The next day, when I ran into Asher, I showed him the picture. To my surprise, this actually affected him. He seemed nervous when he started to consider how weird the picture looked. He told me that if I had mentioned Eve now, after he'd seen the picture, he would have just thought it was a coincidence. But since I mentioned Eve before either of us had seen it, it made it a lot stranger. He wasn't ready to believe in the Mandela effect. Not like I was. But he was curious enough to ask his mother if she had our class picture. She did. Both of us waited anxiously for her to send it. I couldn't remember anything about the picture. Still, I wanted to see if there was a strange placement of students, like the Christmas concert, and so did Asher. When he got the message, both of us were shaking with anxiousness. The moment I saw it, I gasped. I remember! I jumped. The bee sting! Huh? Asher flinched, startled by my screaming. Asher! I grabbed him. See how we're standing like that? It was because of Eve. Miss Davis stood in the middle of us, 7 of us on her left, and 7 of us on her right. Those on her left were turned slightly to face her, thus the left sides of their faces were showing and the right sides were blocked, and those on her right were turned leftward, so their right was facing the photographer. What stood out was the ample negative space in the picture. When groups pose in this fashion, it's a way to shrink the size of the group. Usually the cameraman has trouble fitting all the people into the shot, and thus they form this way so that they can all scrunch up and fit, but still look natural. But in this picture, it's easy to see that we had more than enough room to stand correctly and still fit. That wasn't the reason we stood that way. Asher! I felt as if I'd struck gold. We're all posed like that because Eve got stung by a bee. Dude, tell me you remember. We were going in to take the picture, and she got stung right underneath her right eye. Her face got all swollen, and she was crying because she didn't want to look like that in the picture. So the photographer said to pose like this, and Eve could turn the left side of her face to the camera. Dude. Asher scratched his head. We just posed like this so we could save room. No, we didn't. There's no reason to do that. There's so much room on the left and right side. It's unnatural. We wouldn't have just done it for that reason. I don't remember anything like that happening, man. Honestly, this is starting to weird me out. I just think we should forget about it. I can't forget about it. I replied, "She was real. I can't believe nobody can remember her." There was only one option left for me to do. I had to have a reunion with them. If we all met up and others of us remembered Eve, I'd know I wasn't crazy. Most of us hadn't spoken in years. Still, I had Erin as my friend on Facebook. She talked all the time about having a reunion now that we were all in our 20s, and I knew if I mentioned it, she'd ruthlessly try to put it together. I contacted her that night, and she was completely on board. All of us were about to be free from college for winter break, and I suggested we meet back in Tawas City. I was going down there anyway to see my family for Christmas. My mom had long suggested I throw a reunion at the house. She said she'd be honored to host and cater it. When I told Erin about it, she couldn't be more compliant. She assured me she'd contact the others. All 15, she said. My heart raced. I asked, "All 15?
"Yeah, all 15.
She responded.
Us and Miss Davis."
At that moment, I felt another sense of dread. Erin always tried to keep the group together. Her forgetting Eve meant something was seriously wrong. When December 18th arrived, I was shocked to pull into my old driveway. I hadn't been there in years. Usually on Christmas, they came down to Tallahassee to visit me. It wasn't anything against them, I just hated Tawas City. Around Christmas time, it was freezing cold, and most of its residents went south for winter if they could afford it. It was a ghost town, and a frigid one at that. My parents had picked me up from the airport and driven me here. The entire way, I reminisced. As we passed through the frozen-over cornfields, under the bleak white sky, I felt like I'd been here yesterday. Nothing was different. It was all completely recognizable. Perhaps the only difference was some old buildings looked even older, even more decrepit and abandoned. Throughout the drive, and especially when I got back to my house before anyone else arrived, really all I could think about was Eve. I felt closer to her in this ominous, forgotten town. Back, entrenched in the snow, something I hadn't felt in years, I sensed that she was in arm's reach of me. I knew that if I were to ever find closure, it'd be at this reunion. If just one person remembered her, then I wasn't crazy. Then the Mandela effect was real, and Eve was real, and Asher was wrong. God, I prayed for that closure. At 4 o'clock, all of us that could make it arrived. Miss Davis was unfortunately busy with her family, as her father was dying and they didn't know how much time he had left. And Norman was completely untraceable. The last of us to hear from him was Brian Reed, who remembered Norman getting into trouble sometime around 8th grade and going to juvenile detention. After that, he pretty much vanished. Not like Eve, though. He was still in the pictures. They still remembered his name. When the other 12 showed up at the house, I forgot about Eve for just a moment. Seeing Erin again was awesome. She was as beautiful and energetic as always. Her long brown hair now styled maturely, and her vibrant green eyes now only wiser. Tyler Mahoney was also just as handsome as he'd always been. The stud was still dressed to kill, even in the freezing weather. Brian Reed had joined the Navy and was on Liberty. He was even bigger now than he was then, and was engaged to his girlfriend since high school. Grayson, on the other hand, was not favored by time. She looked older than she was, remained far shorter than most of us. Her face was covered with acne. Still, she was a lot more outgoing than any of us could remember. Zach looked a lot like how I remembered. Tan, skinny. The only difference was now he had a mustache. He'd worked at Home Depot ever since high school and was still living with his parents that moved to Minnesota. Amy was unrecognizable. She had bright blue hair now, which wasn't necessarily a surprise considering how rebellious she was growing up, but the piercings were unprecedented. Elizabeth was much like she always was, generally quiet and sweet, with her alluring amber eyes that nobody could forget. Dylan didn't look the way any of us thought he would. He was now ravishing, tall, and wore rich stubble along his grand face. He still wore glasses, and I'm glad. Contacts on Dylan would have just been staggering. He'd had a higher GPA than even Erin, and all of us were proud of him. George and Jordan both looked a lot different now, and was wiry and stout. Jordan, on the other hand, was more reserved, amusingly taller than his twin brother George. Jordan's hair was neat and short. George's hair was a thick mess of black curls. They didn't even speak the same anymore. George spoke profanely, and Jordan seemed to be a stranger to vulgarities. It was intriguing to see them so different. Taz was just as goofy as ever. To our surprise, he'd been going to college and was working on a business degree, but when he talked about something he was passionate about, you couldn't understand a word of what he was saying. The moment he stepped inside, he blabbered on and on and on, and all we could do was laugh. He was just as crazy as ever. Asher and I were generally believed to look the same. Asher's hair was still red, mine still brown. His eyes were still green, mine blue. His face was still freckly, mine smooth. He was still a prankster, and I was still quiet most of the time. The only difference was both of us were more in shape since we started running together. But the complacent joy of seeing all of my friends again only distracted me for a short while. Before long, my thoughts were back on Eve. I waited for her to come in the door, but I knew she never would. I waited for somebody to mention her, but I knew it would never happen. With Miss Davis and Norman accounted for, everyone was here. It disheartened me to say the least. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe I read too much about the Mandela effect, and the bee sting thing was just a power of suggestion. And that Christmas concert picture was just weird. Maybe I dreamed of Eve once, or she was in my preschool, and I just screwed it all up in my head. There was no way to be sure. After dinner, we all went into the living room and talked. I tried to enjoy myself, but something felt wrong. Eve should have been there. It bothered me so much that no one had asked about her, and I knew I had to bring her up. But I didn't want to look crazy. Asher had asked me not to mention her, and I didn't want to annoy him. I also wasn't prepared to hear them tell me they remembered her. What would I do then? I wouldn't be delusional, but then what? The horror of trying to accept what became of her. What would be close to impossible. I wanted so badly to hear from someone that she was real, but I didn't know how I'd ever forget her if I had to really imagine the universe forgetting her. Bumping shoulders with some alternate dimension and ripping her from the snowstorms of Tawas City to some other place light years away. Most of it looking the same, with the exception of a few things that were just eerily different. I wanted to stay quiet. I wanted to just forget about her, but I knew that wasn't an option. I didn't know what was more disturbing to me, the Mandela effect happening so close to home in my life, or me being this delusional. Either way, I had to know. I could hold it in no longer. Hey guys, I spoke up nervously. I need to ask you all a question. Asher looked disappointed. What's up, Sean? Brian Reed asked. Look, this might sound weird, but where's Eve? Yeah, I was thinking that this whole time. Tyler Mahoney spoke up, and my heart stopped. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't crazy. Somebody else remembered her, and no one else did. There was confused silence devouring the room now. Asher looked as if he'd seen a ghost. I myself was horrified and at the same time overwhelmed with relief.
Eve?
Aaron asked.
Eve who?
I don't remember her last name, Tyler replied. It was quiet, short, blonde chick, wore a dress all the time. Holy shit, Asher muttered, bewildered. Holy shit.
Am I missing something?
Amy asked. There was a girl named Eve in our first grade class, I spoke up. But nobody remembers her. At least, I thought nobody did. I chuckled nervously. But Tyler, you do, man. I thought I'd lost my fucking mind. She's not in any of the pictures, not a damn one. There's no sign of her ever existing except for my memories. I swear to God, I thought I'd gone off the deep end, but Tyler, you remember her. That brings me so much closure. There was no Eve, Dylan responded. I don't recall an Eve. I remember each of you distinctly. I can't imagine how I would have forgotten one of you completely, and yet vividly remembered the rest of you. I agree, Jordan chimed in. There were 4 girls. I remember that easily. There wasn't a 5th. Yeah, there was, Tyler replied, which gave me so much peace. I had a crush on her, remember? Not to sound like a douchebag, but all you girls liked me. He faced them, and none could deny it. But then I had a crush on Eve, and... The note! I burst into uproarious laughter, recalling it instantly. Yeah! Tyler laughed. The room was silent. I liked Eve, Tyler chuckled. Nobody knew why I liked her because she was all silent and standoffish, but I just fell for her, so I wrote this super corny, embarrassing note, and I went to hand it to her. And you got caught, I finished, just wanting to see it all line up again. And Miss Davis confiscated it, and everybody wanted to know what it said because when she read it, she started laughing her head off. Yeah, and it was the most embarrassing day of my life. He grinned. You guys don't remember? Most of them looked uncomfortable.
I don't remember an Eve.
Elizabeth spoke with certainty.
Never do I remember that name. I don't remember the day you're talking about, and we all certainly did used to snicker about you.
She smiled, but looked troubled.
All of us girls. I think we'd remember that.
It happened. Tyler shrugged. How would Sean and I remember the same thing, exactly the same thing, and it not really happen? And how would everyone remember the thinker's fingers balled into a confident fist, when they were in fact flaccidly poking his chest? And how would everyone remember King Tutankhamun's burial mask with its lone snake as its crowning feature, when all along there was a lucid, brightly constructed bird immediately beside it? And how would everyone remember Nelson Mandela's untimely fate in a downtrodden South African prison, resulting in monstrous civil unrest? Vividly recorded footage of his ubiquitously aired funeral and the tear-jerking lamentation delivered by his widow in his passing, when all of it never fucking happened. It's because something disturbing and unthinkable occurred. Something that none of us will ever explain happened, emasculating the thinker's resolute stoicism to a pose of deep uncertainty, producing the unnatural bird like a blackhead on King Tut's burial mask, and turning Nelson Mandela into a zombie who lived unnoticed until he passed away again in 2013, leaving those of us remembering differently absolutely baffled.
Well, that's just really weird.
Aaron's words were the catharsis the room looked for. No matter what Eve's existence, or lack thereof, meant, none could disagree that it was, in fact, just really weird. We changed the subject afterward, and most of us seemed to move on rather quickly from the enigma. But I didn't. It bothered me the entire time, gnawing at me. I wanted to sit and talk with Tyler about Eve all night. I wanted to hear all the stories about her that he remembered. I was dying to ask him if he recalled the bee sting story, but it just never came up. I couldn't ask it. I didn't want to visit it anymore. It did something to me that I can't explain. To imagine that little girl being stung in the eye, crying before picture day in our snowy, empty town. The memory alone was enough to make me tremble. That poor little girl, showing the left side of her chubby face to the camera. Where was she now? Why couldn't anyone remember? I did my best to just forget. But Eve was stuck in my head. I knew I'd never forget about her. The Mandela effect was real. She really did exist once, and now she didn't. What the hell happened to her then? I mean, really, it was just too terrifying to think about, and I couldn't forget it, no matter how desperately I tried. Asher seemed to be in my boat. Most of them stayed the night at my house, since there wasn't a motel in the entire town, and the majority of our parents had moved. The next day, everyone was out of town except me, having flown out back to the land of the living. Only I stayed behind in the snow-scoured wasteland of Tawas City, Michigan. Only I remained in this hotspot of the universe, this place where two realities collided. I didn't receive the closure I'd wanted from the reunion. We all exchanged numbers and were staying in touch now, which was great, but more than anything, I was constantly bombarded by thoughts of Eve. I just wanted something to make sense. I stayed awake late at night, thinking about her voice that I could so simply recall, reading to us, "There is a big bird on your head," and Max's words. I remembered her so scared at social events and huddling through the snow, still wearing a dress, though adorned with mittens and a scarf, toward her loving mother, where they'd hug outside her fancy black car. I remembered Eve's crying when the bee stung her eye. That memory for some reason bothered me more than the others. It just affected me. Something about it really cut deep. She was so innocent, and I felt so bad for her, and now she wasn't the victim of a simple bee sting, but of some horrible cosmic event leaving her non-existent. My parents wanted me to stick around until Christmas, but the thought of that killed me. I didn't want to stay in this wasteland for a week. I hated it, and now I was scared to death here. Would I get ripped from reality into the cosmos? It happened here once already. This mystery just consumed the town to me, drenching it and leaving me constantly reminded of Eve, the girl that stopped existing. Days passed, and all I did was sit in the living room and watch TV. I enjoyed seeing my parents when they were around, but both worked, and this meant I spent a lot of time alone at the house, which I abhorred. Eventually, I dug through my old closet to find something that might be from first grade. I didn't find anything. I did, however, hold in my hand the picture that Eve was yanked from, the one where she should be between Elizabeth and Amy, but she isn't. She's not there, and there's just that unnatural space between them. Bastard universe. It's so smug, so omnipotent, that it can leave clues as gaping as this, and yet still there's just no way to prove that she's real. But then, on Christmas Eve, it happened. I got a text from Tyler. "Sean, I read up on the Mandela effect. That shit's got me fucked up. I think this is what happened, but I remember something now, and this might really prove Eve existed for sure. The note I wrote her, you stole it. You took it off Miss Davis's desk and gave it back to me, but then I told you to keep it and throw it away. You told me later on that you never threw it away, but took it home and showed your parents and laughed your ass off every time you read it. Where is it? If you still have it, it'll be proof." Holy shit. I gasped when I read the text.
Holy shit, you're completely right, Tyler. I'm gonna have to find that note. I swear to God, I will, and when I do, I'll send you pictures. Then we can prove she's real for sure. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Wouldn't the note not exist now too? Well, no. See, when the Mandela effect occurs, only things directly related to what was changed are altered. That's why the people posing in front of the thinker are still posing wrong. That's why the cartoons in which King Tut's mask has one snake on it and no bird still look like that. The only thing changed is the real deal, so the actual pictures of Eve, they're gone, but she's pulled from them, and there's not a trace of her remaining. But the note, if I found it, it would be just the proof I needed. It would mention her by name. My dad told me that I could feel free to check the storage unit for the note. Apparently, there he'd placed a lot of crap I didn't clean in my closet growing up, and if it was anywhere, it'd be there. I even faintly remember stealing it now like the rotten kid I was and reading it from time to time for a good laugh. Some part of me wanted to wait until my dad got off work to check the storage unit with him, but I knew, somehow, that I'd never find the note if he was there. I felt like I had to do it alone. I drove there through the snow on a day just as bleak and silent as any other in Tawas. I passed the lonely cornfields, the ominous tower-like silos, the seemingly empty fish shops, in the frozen harbor. It was all just how it always was. When I got to the storage unit, I was strangely horrified. I felt like I was about to walk into a haunted house. As a kid, the storage unit always scared me. In all my life, I know as a fact, I've never seen another soul in that building other than my father. It was always dark and empty, and now, without him by my side searching for this letter about a ghost, I was mortified. But I continued on. I entered the frigid, voluminous metal halls, journeying through them and turning on the lights as I stepped into each corridor. Finally, I arrived at our unit. I dreaded lifting the door. It made a frighteningly loud creak. It unsettled me to hear it, even though I was the one making it. I lifted the door as quietly as possible, which wasn't quiet at all, then began my hunt. I looked for over an hour. I could barely reach the boxes in the back, and each one was filled to the brim with junk, usually sporting a silverfish or two. But then I found it. My baseball cards. These were from first grade. They were in a plastic container, barely visible under the pile of junk in which it resided, but I grabbed the box, sliding it out of its tomb and into my arms. I opened the container. Inside were the baseball cards, the Berenstain Bears book, it's fucking creepy, and spelled with an A, of course, some doodles and old notebooks, and a folded up letter. I recognized it instantly. I held it in my hands. Now in the lonely, cold, silent, eerie storage unit, I caressed the piece of evidence the universe forgot. I slid open the old paper, hardly able to breathe as I searched for the name. I unfolded it. Dear Eve. That was all I had to read. Dear Eve. Dear Eve. Dear Eve. I folded it up and slid it into my pocket. I took a long, deep breath, leaning against a pile of dusty boxes. Eve was real. The girl that stopped existing was really here once in this graveyard of a town, and I wasn't crazy. And somehow, some way, two universes collided, and Eve was ripped into oblivion by the silver fingers of the cosmos, vacuumed from existence without a single trace, except my memories, Tyler's memories, and the note in my hand. What happened to her? Where was she now? Was she alive? Where was that sweet, quiet, sobbing girl? And would I ever know? Probably not. She's in a place where Curious George has a tale, and where children grew up reading the Berenstain Bears. She was taught that Nelson Mandela died in a South African prison, and when she pretends to be the thinker, she isn't posing wrong. I hope. Or maybe she is nothing now. Maybe the universe made a tragic mistake, and that harmless girl will never trudge into her mother's loving arms again, but instead spend eternity scared to death, trapped in the swirling gray snow. I have no idea, but as I sat there, all I could do was imagine the ghost of her sitting there with me. I felt so close to her in that place that time forgot,
in that meaningless metal room, trapped in a town in which the universe made a mistake. When I finally flew back to Tallahassee, I couldn't be more relieved. I vowed that I would never return to Tawas City, Michigan, no matter what the reason. As far as I was concerned, it was better left behind, like Eve was. But like usual, I just couldn't escape her. I texted pictures of the note to Asher and Tyler. Both were equally as messed up. We all just tried to put it behind us, though. And then Miss Davis updated her Facebook.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the reunion,
She posted.
but I just wanted to say that I'll make the next one for sure. To my favorite class ever.
She also published a picture, a drawing from Elizabeth. It was a drawing of the class, and it was clearly drawn by a child. Amateurish, simple, messy, in colored pencil. But simple as it was, there was nothing normal about it. It was a drawing of 10 little boys, and a drawing of 5 little girls. A drawing of a short blonde girl with brown eyes, and what could only be distinguished as a dress. I don't know how anyone else reacted to that, but I know I'll never unsee that image. Even now, all these years later, sometimes she comes to mind. I can't help it. I've seen horrible and unexplainable things in my life. 2 towers destroyed by hijacked planes for no reason at all other than sheer hatred, leaving thousands dead. A preschool invaded by an active shooter that employed military tactics, killing little children, and entirely unprovoked by anything. But none of it affects me more than Eve, the girl the universe forgot. Twice I saw the face in the window, pressed up against the surface, its icy breath fogging the cold glass. At first it appeared strange to me, the skin beneath its eyes drooping in ripples of flesh, exposing the red, sensitive strata underneath. It was the winter of '83, and I had booked the cabin for 3 nights, only 3. A break was needed, somewhere to relax, somewhere to recover. I'd had a heart attack 2 months earlier, a painful, excruciating experience which I would not wish on my worst enemy. Lying there, sprawled across my kitchen floor, the sharp agony had siphoned through my veins, chest, arms, jaw. I lost consciousness only to find myself in a hospital bed days later. It was my daughter, Jen, who discovered me. Thank God for her. The cabin was to be a retreat, a place far removed from the stresses of my life. The fallout from a failed marriage, the pressures of a flagging career, and the ordeal of staring death in the face. Comfort had become a stranger. Fear, however, was now both my enemy and a constant companion. Each beat of my heart was felt, the slightest change of rhythm or palpitation, a nursery for terror. The knowledge that, at any time, the agony of death could be brought upon me by the very thing which gave life seemed perverted, an abomination of purpose. I now wandered through life like glass, afraid that the slightest exertion might shatter me. The doctors had done their part through surgery and medication. Now it was my turn to help my body heal as best it could. Only time would tell how successful such efforts had been. I was advised to relax, to undertake some limited physical therapy, and to avoid any anxiety or sudden shocks. But how does one avoid a shock or a nasty surprise? By its very definition, a shock is an unknown, unforeseen, unexpected event which lurks in the darkness of obscurity. Out there, mingled with the fog of yet to come. Around a corner, in the next room, a wrong turn taken, or an unwelcome phone call bearing bad news. I found the entire concept of avoiding the unanticipated to be a laughable one. And still, there I was, preparing for the quiet solitude of the countryside, following the advice of the experts, and those men and women in sterile white coats. I had almost ignored their recommendations, remaining slumped at home, festering, counting the hours and beats of my heart as finite measures of my life. When still, the mind can unleash a terrible onslaught of memories. I thought of Susie, of the years spent together and now wasted. We had been happy once, but I played my part in where we ended. She came to visit me in the hospital. Perhaps she too wished for reconciliation, but feeling the gulf between us as she sat at my bedside was worse than any physical heartache. We smiled and spoke the empty words of the day-to-day which litter each and every hospital ward. As she left, she touched my hand for the briefest of moments, and yet I could tell she no longer sheltered the spark she once had for me. She tried to be kind to me, but some things done and said can never be taken back. A fire of resentment which can never be extinguished. They say time heals all wounds, but some cuts are deeper than others. In those bleak days of loneliness, I had only the thought of my daughter to keep me from slipping into a dark depression, and yet she stayed with her mother most of the time. Perhaps I had been cold towards her too. I knew my failings as a husband, but I had never conceived that I had been anything but a loving father. And so I lived for those brief 2 days a week when I could see her. The in-between times were filled with fear of death and the thoughts of worthlessness. Friends, family, doctors, they all urged me to go on a holiday, but I was afraid, scared of my heart giving up, frightened by the possibilities brought forth by an anxious mind, preoccupied with the fragile body which housed it. If it hadn't been for Jai, I would never have gone. He visited me several times a week and encouraged me to be as upbeat as possible with his usual quips and jokes. He kept me going, in fact, and finally persuaded me that a few days away in the countryside would do me good. Still, I was terrified of being left alone, isolated, away from things and people. What if I had another attack? Perhaps the next one would be fatal, and even if I could be saved, I would be too far for help to reach me in time. I needed somewhere that I could relax away from the world, and yet not so far from the wonders of modern medicine. That's why I chose Blackwood Cabin. Jai had visited there as a child. It sat on the outskirts of a large forest, hemmed in on a patch of open ground by a beautiful flowing river on the other side. Despite its seeming detachment from the world, it was in fact only 6 miles from the nearest hospital, which stood near a small town on the boundary of that thick, darkened web of trees. This, and the insistence of Jai that he stay as well, left me content enough in the knowledge that help would always be at hand. I could feel myself begin to relax as we left the city, and during the drive we both talked and laughed, reminiscing about our days together at university. For the first time in months, I felt positive about the world, watching the motorway recede into the distance, relinquishing its concrete grip to the wild, untamed, and imposing grandeur of the great outdoors. Only once did I bring up the mention of Susie and our separation, but Jai quickly turned the conversation around to something more positive and fun, as he often did. I held out hope that the divorce would never be finalized, that she would come back to me, but hope too can be an exhausting predicament, so I attempted to filter Susie from my mind as best I could. The single-track road weaved its way through Blackwood Forest. We wriggled over 6 miles of twists and turns and serpentine slitherings before we finally reached the clearing. A large waterlogged patch of wild grass carpeted the area, so much so that we had to park the car a few hundred feet from our destination for fear of getting stuck. In the center of the soaked, near marshland ground stood the rickety and aging shelter which we intended to call home for the following 3 days. The cabin was itself small, with 1 main room complete with cozy log burner and stove, and 2 cramped bedrooms at the back. That much was certain, and the darkened timber beams which carried the heavy burden of time above sagged and dipped as and the darkened timber beams which carried the heavy burden of time above sagged and dipped as they lurched across the ceiling. The smell of moss and bark swathed the air, and the sound of the flowing river on the other side of the cabin bubbled and brewed. Peaceful, serene, yet mysterious. The first day was uneventful, exactly what I needed. Relaxing with a book in front of 3 large logs smoldering in the fire, and spending a little while sitting on the steps to the cabin, watching the river swell and swarm with the river currents. It was then that I understood the naming of the place, peering out across the bobbled grass to the tree line. The forest seemed picturesque, yet impenetrable from distance, and the clearing where the cabin sat provided only temporary pause to its encroachment, before it, once again, continued to blanket the land on the other side of the river. The woodland was dark and black, yes, but full of life, of vibrancy, of things, deer, foxes, beetles, rabbits. But I would never have guessed at the horrors which lurked between its tightly woven evergreen branches. Many tourist traps survive on tales of ghosts and ghouls hidden somewhere nearby, stories exaggerated by pub landlords or hotel managers, speaking of rooms where something ominous walks at the midnight hour. Visitors flock to such places, hoping to spend the night in a haunted room, to glimpse something in the darkness which whispers the thought that life is more bizarre, more interesting than we could possibly imagine. Even that lonely and forgotten cabin seemed to have something of a myth attached to it. In a bookshelf, tucked away in the corner of one of the bedrooms, Jai found a warped old hardback. The papers were yellow, and while it contained the publication date of 1967, I was certain that it had only ever seen one pressing, left in the cabin to titillate those staying there. The book was called The Beast of Blackwood Forest. Rifling through it, I found that the author had dedicated much of her life to the documentation of a local legend. I had myself heard the stories when I was younger, as I had once dated a girl who lived in a nearby town. All the kids talked about the Beast of Blackwood, a creature which everyone's uncle had seen while out hunting in the forest. Dark, hulking, monstrous. Of course, I always laughed at such things, and no concrete evidence for it had ever been found, but each winter there were rumors, whispers about something shambling through the woods at night. As the day gave way to twilight, I read through some of those pages while Jai stocked the stove and prepared supper. Although I declared the legend as nonsense, I found the book quite compelling, and the eyewitness testimonies contained within affected me enough to cause me to see something which wasn't there. Shadows moving outside under the cloak of dusk. I began to feel my heart once more, and decided that it was best to leave the terrors of the horror genre, fact and fiction, behind. My mind was still fraught with the strain of Susie leaving me, and the fear of the slightest palpitation signaling another heart attack. So, accounts of a terrifying creature preying on those in my immediate vicinity, no matter how preposterous, were not suitable for a fragile disposition. The clean country air, on the other hand, was doing me a world of good. After dinner, Jai surprised me with a bottle of my favorite whiskey, a 16-year Lagavulin. I knew that the doctors would frown upon it, but the idea of swishing that warm liquid gold around my mouth and taking a deep gulp reminded me of something essential. It reminded me of being normal again, of being strong, of sitting in my family home with my wife and daughter, enjoying the finer side of life. A few drams would not be unwelcome. We talked and laughed about the past while playing cards and enjoying, again, reliving old adventures we had traveling together during our university summers with the old gang. I would have happily stayed there, wrapped in the comfort of those memories for an eternity. And in many ways, I wish I could have sunk further into that moment of relief from my recent worries, but that was not to be. Around 11 o'clock, the log burner was running low, and we had all but run out of wood. Jai drunkenly picked up a torch and decided that he would go and quickly gather some more, so that we could keep the good times flowing. I didn't protest. I was happy. I was content to allow that night to continue. He was a good friend, and insisted that I not raise a finger out there in the cold darkness. He always was braver than me,
and I'd be lying if I said that the outlandish thought of something lurking in the woods hadn't left its mark. I watched from the window for a moment, as the beam from his torch bounced along the uneven, now frozen grass. The light dropped to the ground for a second, and I heard the drunken merry laughter of my friend echoing out as he picked himself back up, before continuing towards the tree line. Smiling, I returned to my book of choice, flickering through a few pages of an Ellery Queen detective novel, less dangerous than the previous read. After about 15 minutes, I realized how truly silent the cabin was. No noise, no wind, no sounds of life or the living. And for the first time, I sensed something sinister resting in the stillness. Suddenly, Jai burst into the cabin and collapsed on the floor, panting. He turned to the door and kicked it shut with his heels frantically, his eyes wide, panicked, disbelieving. Scrambling back to his feet, he turned a small table on its end and wedged it against the skin of the aging door under the handle. "Help me, for Christ's sake," he whispered anxiously. I stood quickly and rushed to my friend's aid, helping him pack furniture, anything with weight, against the door. It was the first time since the heart attack that I'd physically exerted myself, and it would not be the last. I felt the blood pump through my chest and momentarily quivered at the sensation. I tried to find out what had happened, but Jai was exhausted and distraught. A shiny streak of sweat ran down his cheek as he wheezed and gasped for air. He flicked the light switch, smothering us in a darkness which was only broken by a crescent moon hanging in the sky outside, its slivered light vaguely illuminating the inside of the cabin. Prowling the window which gazed out toward the forest, his stare never broke for a moment from the frozen world outside. We stood there, my repeated questions going unanswered, and slowly my fragility returned. I rubbed my chest for a moment as my friend's anxiety seemed to spread to me. My heart raced and my mind swung like a pendulum between the fear of an agonizing heart attack and the terror etched on Jai's face. Just what had scared him so badly? I breathed deeply to calm myself, but Jai took no notice. He was too fixated on the darkness outside. It was only when I poured him a large whiskey that he finally broke his silence. I've never been frightened of words, but my friend's certainty shook me. "There's something out there." I did not reply immediately, but when I did, I could only think to ask, something? What could he have meant by such an indefinite term? There were no bears in that part of the country, no large predators at all, but it did indeed seem that Jai had seen something big in the woods. He had been gathering wood for the stove around the tree line of the forest, and as he described standing there, listening to a short flurry of rain tap the canopy above him, I could see the fear grip his insides, as it did mine. My heart began to pound harder as Jai stuttered over the words. "I saw it moving between the trees, straight for me. I didn't look back, but I'm telling you, it wasn't human." I knew my friend was convinced by what he said, but while I dismissed the notion of an unknown creature stalking the woods outside, and perhaps in the attempt, hid the descriptions from the yellowed pages of that book which had etched into my mind, I very much did entertain the idea that there was someone out there. Someone dangerous, mad, or perhaps both. My pulse continued to race, and I could feel my heart beating wildly at the thought of a shadowy figure prowling around outside, watching us, waiting. After finally composing himself, Jai asked if I was okay, his fear now turning to a concern for his friend. But I myself was transfixed on one course of action: escape. I rushed over to the cabin's phone, but on picking up the receiver, I was greeted by an icy silence. The line was dead, and what that still lifeless receiver said about the unseen threat I was sure we now faced was enough to thrust dread into my very soul. I stood there for a moment, desperately trying to formulate a course of action. That serene and peaceful place in the daytime now felt imposing and absent of mercy. I just wanted to go home. Jai motioned for me, and then pointed with a shaking hand at the darkness outside. It was then that he let out a suffocated whisper. "It's there." Looking out into the moonlight night, I saw nothing at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkened landscape outside, I finally saw it. Deep down, I had hoped that Jai had simply drunk too much and spooked himself while out there, but now any dream of a simple and harmless explanation was extinguished. Someone was standing against the trees, just standing and looking, bathed in darkness. It was difficult to make out any detail. All I could see was an outline. The outline of a stooped and hunched figure. Its arm wrapped around a tree as if steadying itself. I cannot be sure, but it felt as though its stare was firmly transfixed on our cabin. Our rickety shelter for the night, which had no doubt seen many winters there before, and perhaps even encountered whoever or whatever was looking at us from across the sodden stretch of icy marsh.
Who is that?
I stammered.
Keep your voice down.
Jai snapped in return, and so we whispered, and spoke of the hunched figure standing only a few 100 feet from us.
It's not a man,
Jai kept saying, but I continued in my attempts to dissuade him from that conclusion.
I saw it through the trees. It moved. It moved in a weird way, limping like it was off balance or deformed or something, but it moved fast. I have no idea how I made it back. Maybe it won't leave the trees.
His eyes widened, and it was clear that a revelation had sprung forth from his mind. He turned suddenly, walking across the room to a table where I had left those yellowed pages which spoke of a strange creature living in the woods. Jai thumbed through it, shielding the light from his torch as best he could with his hand. As I watched him scan through the contents and flick to what he seemed so animated about, I almost laughed at the insinuation.
It's a man, Jai. Just someone messing with us.
But he was convinced otherwise.
Look at this,
he said, following the text with his finger as he read.
Accounts have varied over the centuries, but a central element to the myth states that the beast of Blackwood only wanders from the forest late at night. It has been suggested that the creature uses the thick canopy as protection during the daylight hours. Locals claim that it's entirely nocturnal.
There's no such thing as the beast. I could feel my pulse thicken as my blood pressure increased at the idea. So much so that I had to sit for a moment to allow my heart to recover its normal beat.
Are you okay? I'll be fine. Let's just wait until it gets light and we can leave. Are you crazy? You didn't see that thing up close. It's huge and quick, and if it wants to get in here, it will. So there's a weirdo in the woods. He can't wait us out all night. Anyway, he's probably just a hunter or someone camping in the forest. He'll be harmless.
I listened to the words exit my mouth. Even I didn't believe them. There was something about the place, a silence, deathly, icy, a sickly sense of dread hanging in the air, hidden between the bark and the moss. Jai turned to look outside to the grassland, which etched towards our car, sleeping in the night chill between us and the brooding forest.
We need to leave, or you can stay here and I'll get the police. Either way, I'm going.
He turned to look at me sternly.
Which would you prefer?
I might not have been convinced that it had been an unknown creature that had stalked him through the woods, but by God, I didn't want to stay in that cabin alone. I threw my stuff in a bag as Jai did the same, each of us grabbing a knife from the kitchen for protection, and there we stood, looking at the door, a pile of furniture we wedged behind it. We dismantled our makeshift barricade as quickly as we could, and then brandishing our kitchen knives nervously, slowly opened the door. It creaked softly, sucking in the night air which felt cold and bitter, and revealed a slow patter of light rain threatening something greater from the heavens. Jai poked his head out first, and then after a brief silence waved me on. We descended the dozen or so steps which led down onto the grass, and as we peered around the corner, we could see our ticket home. The car was parked a few 100 feet from where we stood, nestled in the last piece of dirt track which would give way to road, and then the safe embrace of home, if we made it. It would take a minute or so to reach, but with knowledge of the figure in the forest lurking somewhere nearby, it seemed like an eternity away. I slung the strap of my bag over my shoulder, and Jai, mindful of my condition, headed towards the car first.
Keep looking around,
he urged me with a whisper. The waterlogged grass squelched underfoot, and the rain began to grow more angered as we stepped tentatively towards the safety of the car. We tried to be as quiet as possible, but even in the moonlight we had to use our torches to see what was ahead of us, advertising our position to anyone or anything in the vicinity. I kept looking out towards the forest, the tree line, the thickening river behind me, but I could see nothing, nor could I hear anything but the raindrops which now battered against the car and splattered on my hood. Then Jai suddenly stopped.
What is it?
I whispered over the rain, my heart now beating wildly, throat dried by worry. The rain subsided lightly,
replaced by the silence of a landscape petrified, frozen by a winter chill. Jai spoke without turning his head towards me, his breath visible in the beam of my torch. I thought I saw something moving in the tree line. A crack of wood, the sound of unseen walking over the forest floor. "Come on," Jai whispered with urgency. We broke into a brisk jog. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as my pulse thumped desperately. As we continued on, all I could think of was my heart and the deep, stuttered, and freezing breaths I took in, trying to calm myself. As we drew closer to the car, the faintest wisp of moonlight hung in the air as the crescent above us swung behind a pack of clouds, and the world took on a strange, icy blue. Stumbling over the grass, we finally reached the gray outline of our ride home. "Open the door, let's get out of here," I pleaded as Jai fumbled for his keys, dropping them on the ground. "My bastard," he growled. Instinctively, I pointed my torch downward, illuminating the long wild grass, now whitened by a thick coating of frost beneath our feet. I waited for an instant. As I peered down at the ground, I recognized something was very wrong. Jai was not moving. He hadn't even looked down to see where he had dropped his keys. He was staring at something, and the look of sheer panic in his eyes told me that we were not alone. I raised my hand, and with it, a beam of light glinted off the car. Two large eyes stared back from the other side of the vehicle. A hunched, hulking thing glaring up at us, crouching behind the car bonnet. It shivered, and then again, as it rose up, I saw it for a moment. Wet, drenched hair, mouth gaping, its face a pallid and quivering gray. It groaned aloud with a strange, unearthly, and high-pitched undertone which only added to the creature's horrid appearance. "Run!" Jai yelled. I did not need to be told twice. I dropped the bag and ran as fast as I could. I panted, sweat, stumbled, thrust myself forward with every ounce of energy I had left in me, and as I did so, the first pains came. The freezing cold stung my eyes, and I fell twice, helped to my feet by my friend. My heart staggered. It heaved and battered in my chest. I could feel the slight twinge of pain run up my neck, nestled in my jaw. My chest tightened. I cried in terror. This was a heart attack. I yelled out, "Help!" But all I could hear was Jai running behind me, screaming for me to move faster. "Keep going! Don't look back!" As the cabin came into touching distance, I heard the heartbreaking absence of my friend's footsteps. I knew Jai. All those years, as close as we were, he was always the brave one, something I had at times been jealous of, the one stubborn enough to stand up to anything. I understood implicitly that he was buying me time, a selfless gesture which helped me make it to the steps, scrambling up them only to turn and see him staring the creature down, face to face, the beast shrouded in shards of night. As its hulking mass lunged towards him, a searing pain ran up my neck from my chest. I collapsed to the ground, but he needed me, and whatever life was left in my failing body, I was compelled to use to help him. Staggering to my feet, the night air stinging my lungs, I lurched forward, clutching my chest, ready to strike the beast with everything I had. Before I could assist, Jai appeared from the darkness, grabbing my arm and threw me into the cabin. He frantically barricaded the door once more. We slumped to the floor, breathless, deciding to keep the lights out, and listened. Shuffling in the darkness, but nothing more. The pain in my chest had subsided slightly. It was clear that the heart attack had begun, but when it would end seemed uncertain. What was that thing?" I asked between gasps. "I don't know, but it wasn't human," said Jai solemnly, before showing me the knife he had used during the fight, now covered in a putrid black liquid. "I don't even think this hurt it much. This is crazy. What do we do now?" "I don't know. I just don't know." And so we waited and waited. But the pain in my chest grew steadily, my breath more erratic. I took my pills, but I knew that the old enemy had returned, and I needed more than something to calm my nerves. If I didn't receive medical attention, there was every chance I would die. Jai stared at me as I sat on the old couch against the window, worried that each breath would be my last. "We need to get you to a hospital," he said gently. "Yeah, just chopper me in." We both laughed for a moment. Jai stood up and looked outside. He seemed reluctant at first, and no wonder considering what lurked outside, but his concern for me appeared to slowly drown out his fear. "I can't see anything out there anymore. The moon is behind those clouds, and we might not get another chance.
I think I can make it to the car quicker on my own. But that thing's out there, I said, deep down ashamed that my fear of death galvanized a hope that my friend would indeed find the courage to try again. He leaned over me and smiled kindly, patting me on the shoulder. I can do this. It's pitch black out there. You'd need to use a torch, and then it would see you, I said, wincing once more at the growing pain in my chest. I'll flash it on and off. That way it won't know where I am. Maybe it'll get confused. I don't know. He clenched the torch tightly while looking at the kitchen knife in his other hand. Hopefully that'll give me enough time to see what's in front of me and head for the car. The keys should still be where I dropped them. Jai, please wait until morning, I asked, but as my friend looked at me clutching my chest, I knew he had already made up his mind. And part of me was glad for the hope his bravery provided. Barricade the door as soon as I'm out. Okay, I said, trying to hold back tears both of pain and worry for my friend's life. He gave me a hug, and then he was gone. I closed the door and bolstered it once more with anything I could find, before pulling myself back up onto the couch and looking outside. At first, I could see nothing but the black stillness of the forest. Then a blast of light. Then another. And another, as Jai's torch sporadically burst into life. Each flash illuminated the landscape around him like a ghostly photograph, documenting his progress towards the car. I could see what he was doing, and I smiled to myself for a moment, once more impressed by his ingenuity. He wasn't moving in a straight line, but zigzagging so that his path could not be anticipated. Each time, no sign of the creature, and one more precious movement closer to the car. Grass, tree, an anonymous wilderness of darkness. Another flash, another patch of grass. He was so close. Then the intermittent light became erratic, moving one way, then another. Backwards, left, right. Was he lost? Was he unsure of which direction the car was in? A more horrific thought then entered my mind. Was he being chased? A flash of light. Nothing. Then another. Nothing again. Finally, the light beamed. He made it to the car. The light was quickly extinguished, followed by the sound of a door opening. One last flash of the torch. The isolated outline of a hunched figure standing behind my friend. A blood-curdling scream. Then nothing. Jai was gone. And the beast had got him. And I was alone. Grief now mingled with fear, feeding the pains in my chest and arm. My friend was most probably dead, and I was certain that I would soon follow him. I fell to my knees, sure that this was it, the end. Agony ran up my chest once more. There I knelt in the darkness, alone, resigned to my death. But as my heart slowed, my thoughts became clear. They turned to my daughter. Whether a good dad or not, I would be damned if I was going to leave her fatherless. And what of Susie? I still loved her, and perhaps in those sweet memories of better times between us, I could fix things, bring us back together as a family. She could learn to love me again. I would set things right. My heart still beat, and as long as it did, there was still time left yet. For hope, for escape, for life. But time to do what? The phone was dead, and all I could wait for was daylight. Yet that was at least 3 hours away, and I severely doubted that I would last that long. Never mind that I was unsure that the old cabin door could survive an attack from whatever that hulking creature was which lurked outside. I peered out through the window, the rain lashing down once more, obscuring an already ill-defined exterior world. And still, I was certain I could see something limping around in the darkness. As glints of moonlight pierced through the charcoal clouds above, I was sure that the attacker was out there somewhere, pacing, circling, waiting. But what was it? Was it a man or a thing yet to be discovered by science? I did not know where to turn, but all I could think of was getting home to my family. The hopeful, warm embrace of Susie and my daughter was enough to fuel my search for a way out. My only refuge was the book, that volume which I had mocked so readily before. I had to now consider the possibility that my dear friend and I had both come into contact with the beast of Blackwood. At the start of the day, that idea would have seemed ridiculous, but fear opens the mind quickly to any avenue of escape. I sat at the table and used the light from my torch to illuminate the pages.
still shielding it from the outside. What I read intrigued me. The creature had been described since the 1700s, and there was even the suggestion that it had been seen before that, as there were references to the Grey Man of Blackwood Forest in fragmented accounts from centuries earlier. There didn't seem to be much in the way of 20th century sightings. In fact, the last person to come forward officially had been in 1952, claiming to have encountered a stooped, gray-faced figure with a contorted, arched back, disappearing between the trees on the other side of the forest. The original myths did not say much about its origins, but it certainly spoke of its motivations. The creature was drawn or attracted by greed. Children would have been told to share and be kind, otherwise the beast of Blackwood would appear from the forest and snatch them away at night. I cannot look in the mirror and say that I was never guilty of greed, of selfishness, or of a number of other petty human frailties. But to be punished in this way seemed cruel. A dying prisoner trapped in the cabin of Blackwood Forest. Returning to the book, the only supposed protection against the creature was light, or being a person without selfish frailty. In centuries gone by, villagers in the local area would line the paths through the forest with burning torches when the beast had been sighted, to ward it away from unwary travelers. Each thump sent waves of terror through my body. It was not my heart, but someone at the door. I hoped beyond hope that my friend had once again managed to evade the creature's grasp. Brandishing a kitchen knife, I hobbled to the door and plucked up the courage to shout out. "Jai, is that you?" I prayed that it was, but the answer I was given was not the voice of one of my oldest friends, nor was it even that of a man, but the shrill cry of something utterly inhuman, a sound which spoke of time and age, and of moss and dank forest, a childlike shriek of unspeakable purpose. The door shook violently as I piled more chairs, pots, anything I could find. Behind the wooden barrier. The pounding was loud and angered, and the cries continued. I clutched my ears in despair, and then I remembered the light, the torches of old, warding the beast away. I flicked the switch, and the porch light came on outside. Another cry echoed out across the empty landscape, and at that, the thudding stopped. I quickly turned all the lights on in the house, now realizing the creature's weakness. I wasn't sure if I would last, but if I could at least make it till dawn.
G'day mates, it's Buster here, and before the video begins, I would want Audibly news super. Audible are actually offering all of you guys a free audiobook, 2 free Audible originals, and a 30-day free to all series tone and my free audio such and to listen at the choose, even if you could be of $10 to lose, a credit guy, such, and a B to Audible general. Myself and my best friend John were young Boy Scouts, and we really enjoyed camping. Working toward our merit badges, we had to camp some distance away from others, without a tent and minimum of supplies, a .22 rifle, handheld CB radio, small amount of rope, and some knives, and that was about it. One of the knives was one of those ones that had a compass and a fishing supply in the handle. We spoke with our parents about camping on a local mountain. They agreed, and we were off. So we walked down some abandoned railroad tracks that ran along the mountain. We walked for about 4 miles from my house and hiked to the top of the mountain where there was a clearing. You could actually see the clearing on the mountain from John's front porch. Our fathers joked about how they could see any fire up there using binoculars, and they wanted to see a fire burning all night. During our hike, there was nothing out of the ordinary. We spent a lot of time on the mountain, and we used old logging roads halfway up before taking small trails to get to the clearing. On the way up, we passed a young couple in their 20s or so. Well, we waved to them, but we didn't speak to them. Around 3 p.m, we reached the clearing, and we started constructing a small lean-to and building a fire. The area that we were in was wide open with little to no trees, lots of stones and huge boulder rocks. The huge boulder rocks were actually a landmark for our parents, as you could see them from everywhere pretty much. And for the next few hours, nothing really happened. We checked in on the CB radio every 2.5 hours, we used the local firefighter channel on the CB radio. This channel was an off channel that the local fire department used to chat about off-the-topic stuff like NHL games and fart jokes and stuff like that. Every time we checked in, about 20 people would respond, jokingly, but it was an awesome sense of security, so we didn't mind. Like I said, nothing out of the ordinary happened. That is, until around 11 p.m. The only reason I knew what time it was because we had to check in within about 30 minutes. We were sitting around our fire just talking and joking about who was going to call on the CB this time. And that's when we heard a loud booming noise, and it wasn't a gun because we knew what they sound like. This was like a 10-second boom that reverbed on itself and the ground vibrated softly. We looked at each other and I said, "What the hell was that?" John made this huge smile on his face and made a joke that I farted. We laughed and I pointed towards some of the large boulders where the sound seemed to have come from and jokingly said, "Your ass is over there then." Now, John is someone who was always fearless, so he got up and continued to make jokes as he walked over towards the boulders. John, just out of the firelight, I could hardly make out his outline on the night sky. I remember his exact words when he said, "Hear us, come hear us, you be..." I laughed and said, "You be what, John? You be what?" I waited no less than 30 seconds, and I got up and walked towards John, just knowing that he would jump out scaring the crap out of me. As I walked towards the boulder, where I last lost sight of him, bracing myself, I remember saying, "If you scare me, I'm going to shit on you when you fall asleep." I reached the boulder, and I couldn't find John. I yelled for him to come out, give up, come out. About 5 minutes of searching around, and then, over the large boulders, I got just extremely scared. I don't know why, but just a sudden pain of grief fell over me, and I was just petrified. Well, I ran back to the fire, grabbed the CB radio, and started screaming for my dad. "Dad, John is missing. I'm scared. Dad, I think someone is after me. Dad, Dad, Dad." To this day, I don't know why I instinctively started screaming into the radio. Thinking about it all these years later, too, it was only 5 minutes since I had seen him, but for some reason I just felt really scared. So many people on the radio responded, "We're on our way, keep the fire going so that we can find you." Then my father said the words that have haunted me, and as I share this, it brings sort of fear back into me. He said, "Brian, grab your rifle, put your back to the tallest rock, and shoot anything that doesn't have a flashlight." To this day, I still don't know why he said that. He never would tell me, and he took why he said it to the grave as well. But I did as I was told. I dropped the radio and grabbed the .22 and put my back to a rock still within the light of the fire. It felt like a lifetime, but it was only 20 minutes after my dad said what he said and half the law enforcement and fire department showed up. I remember from where I was standing, I could see the headlight and the flashlights of the emergency vehicles coming towards the mountain, up the old logging trail and toward me. As they pulled up, everyone was yelling, "Brian, don't shoot, we're here, don't shoot." There were around 50 people that night that came to my cries, and they wasted no time searching for John. But no one could find him or any sign of where he went. The only thing that we found was the large knife that had the accessories in the handle and the flashlight on the top of the boulder where John went missing. This was really odd too, because these were in the lean-to with the leftover rope stuff that we had. So how the hell did they get there? Anyway, they searched for 3 days. I was interviewed by everyone in the law enforcement, but before I was interviewed by the FBI as well. The young couple was interviewed and nothing. They were woken up by all the vehicles and the emergency sirens. When the FBI got involved, they took my .22 rifle and had it checked to see if I'd recently shot it. I hadn't, obviously. They took the knives and checked them over, and they took my clothing and everything. They brought me back up the mountain, had me reenact that night. I also remember that they called me a murderer. They said that they knew that I'd killed him and I was going to jail forever. Mind you, I was only 11 years old, and this went on for a year. I used to go over to John's house and speak with his father and mother every day, asking if he had come home yet. I remember the first time his mum actually said to me, "Where is my baby? What did you do?" She said this to me every day. She would come over to my house, sit in the driveway, and I would walk out and she would roll down the window and say that in a soft voice. John's dad, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He would talk to me and was always super nice to me. He still is to this day, and I call him every time that I think of John. Even now to this day, he never says anything out of the way towards me. John's mother had actually passed some time ago, and from what I was told, her last words were, "Ask Brian where my baby is." But to this day, no sign ever showed up of John. No body, no clothing, nothing. It haunts me still, and I have nightmares a lot still. I'm always writing down my nightmares too in a journal, hoping that I would write something that I'd forgotten, but it's almost always the same, nothing new. The mountain where all this happened now has loads of houses on them, and they started building houses there in the late 90s. I remember going with John's father one weekend, and we searched the area when they were clearing the trees that were around that clearing, but we found nothing. Anyway, this is my story, and it's defined me and molded me into who I am today. It's affected me in just so many ways, and it's going to haunt me right to the end, I think. I'll answer any questions as best as I can, but just know that obviously all the names and everything have been changed in this story for anonymity. I did call John's father and I asked if I could share this, and he said okay. He's an elderly man now, and I really don't want to bring any more unrest to the family than has already occurred. When I was in elementary school, I had a problem with this boy. His name was Curtis. So, at the start of 3rd grade, Curtis joined my class, and immediately everyone could tell that he was a little bit off. He would have meltdowns in class and throw things across the room, even biting others and threatening to kill our teacher. And even though Curtis was a little more than scary, I felt bad for him and would try to help him through his freakouts. I would talk to him and invite him to play during recess. And this was the beginning of a huge mistake. So after this, Curtis began to stalk me. I know it's funny to say that a kid is stalking another kid, but that is honestly exactly what it was. He would follow me home and show up at my family members' houses asking for me. He would write long stories about me and him having sex. He would pass them around the school, making sure everyone saw them. And the stories were extremely graphic. The school even had to get involved and advised him that if he didn't stop, that they would need to contact his parents and the police. And he didn't stop. And unfortunately, the school didn't keep their word. He would chase me down and pin me to the ground and kiss me, lick my face, grope me, all that sort of stuff. He would tell me that he loves me and that I'm going to have his babies. As we got older, he would bring a camera to school and take pictures of me. I would plead with him to stop and would tell the teachers what he was doing. They would confiscate his camera, but would always give it back at the end of the day. He would even tell me that he would print the pictures out and, well, you get it, to them, making sure to emphasize that he loves to finish on my face. This lasted all the way up until the very last year of middle school. I decided to go to a different school to get away from him. I had also moved and made great lengths to make sure that he never found out where. I asked my family to take alternate ways home so that he would never see our car, and I essentially just dropped off the face of the earth. Years go by though, and I saw an old friend from middle school and started to catch up. Out of curiosity, I asked about Curtis, and boy, do I regret asking more than anything. She looked shocked and was like, "What? You didn't hear?" "Well, he kidnapped a 15-year-old and he fled the state. Her parents are still looking for her and he's wanted." Curtis would be about 19 or 20 at this time. I checked into the story when I got home, and sure enough, it was true. All during high school, he would find my social media accounts and attempt to contact me, but I blocked him every time. I can't help but think too that if I hadn't have moved schools and changed my whole life around, could that have been me? Locked away in a van somewhere with Curtis? I got lucky. While I'm in intensive therapy for all the things Curtis did to me, at least I'm not locked away and never to be seen again. So I was 8 years old, living in the middle of a cornfield in Shelbyville, Indiana. Our closest neighbors were more than half a mile away, and the closest store was like a good 15-minute drive away. My mum was actually told by the landlord that her mum hung herself here in the barn outside and that she actually haunts the place. My mum obviously didn't believe her, but she still told us to freak us out. Anyways, I was getting ready for school one morning and I'm sitting on the couch tying my shoes. I had the living room light on and the kitchen light on as well because I was scared of the dark, so everything was well lit. If I look directly to my left, there's a hallway that goes straight into the kitchen, and directly in line with the hallway is my kitchen sink. So I heard some clanking to my left and look over, and I kid you not, a fucking kitchen knife was floating towards me. In that moment, it felt like my heart stopped, and I went into panic mode for a second. I screamed for my sister upstairs, and as soon as her foot hit the stairs, I watched this knife do a quick 180 and shoot back to the sink, stuck in the wall, and then fell in. I was hysterical and couldn't stop bawling my eyes out. I tried to cry, explaining to my sister what had happened, but she never believed me. I took her over to the sink, and sure enough, there was a cut in the wall that lined up perfectly with that knife. This whole experience was so vivid that I can see it happening in my head still as I'm writing this. This was my first, but not last experience with paranormal entities, and it's something that I'll never forget. So this happened 3 years ago, but requires some background. My best friend and I grew up in a sleepy wannabe New Jersey Central Florida town, and we were the outcasts. We had met in 6th grade when I overheard her talking to another classmate about bionicles, my 11-year-old self's passion at the time. But we became fast friends and soon were inseparable too. Soon began the gauntlet of sleepovers, birthday parties, and family gatherings. We were practically siblings. She was the first person that I'd come out to as bisexual, and in turn I was the first person that she told about being trans. Her home life was tumultuous, though I can't say mine was any better. In fact, we often had a habit of taking refuge at each other's houses. Like I said, we became like siblings. Now, her father was an alcoholic, strict and prone to physical discipline. Her sister was a stuck-up girl who soon gravitated towards the hicks and the jocks when we entered high school, and her mother was a pseudo-vegan hippie love child held over from the 80s. When I was 23, herself 22 at the time, we had another long night of sleeping over in order to let her escape yet another fight with her mother. She had recently lost her job at Walmart, and I was going into my first shift at Taco Bell the next day. On the drive home the next morning, she excitedly told me that since she now had her own vehicle, she would be applying at pizza places that were in need of a driver, and I was proud. It was the first time she hunted for a job on her own, as I'd usually been the one to coax her to apply where I was working. Not that she ever lasted very long. But anyway, my first day of training goes by quite well. My co-workers are friendly and try to get me to talk more. My manager likes to playfully embarrass me, a fat white guy, by trying to get me to talk hood to the other workers. Being a training day, it wasn't a very long shift, but I'd been up early in anticipation, and this was my first day on a job in a few months. I got home around noon and informed some of my internet friends that my first day went well, and around 5 p.m, I started to bed down, drained from a good day. As I'm preparing to lay in my bed, I get a stream of messages, her lamenting another fight with her mother and asking if she could come over. Now, I had started to grow a bit weary of the fights on their end. I had begun to repair my relationship with my family and a few friends as well, and I had given her advice many times on how to better approach things, and in my infinite wisdom and eagerness to sleep, I left the message on read and drifted off into slumber. Around 8 p.m, I am awakened by her bursting into my room in a panic. Having just been ripped from a dream, I'm groggy and disoriented. I drag myself to the bathroom to relieve my bladder and come back to my room, finding her rocking back and forth on my bed. It's at this time that I notice that she's covered in blood, so I ask what happened. She informs me that she just saw someone murder her mother with a knife. My mind goes blank, and in the deepest parts of my mind, alarm bells start ringing. Isn't the rocking back and forth a bit overdramatic? Why didn't she call the police? But this is my best friend. I've known her for over a decade now, and we were the only two people in the world that we could count on. So I suppress it, and I go and inform my sister and my stepfather. My mother had passed the year prior, and it was roughly a month to the anniversary of her death. We were all in a dark place, antisocial as always. It was the only way that we knew how to handle the emotional issues. When I inform my family, they immediately go to the same place as I had, though they're far more vocal about it. I offer excuses. I knew myself were flimsy, and I returned to my room, phone in hand. I convinced her to call the police, and I can hear her explain the details over the phone. A man in a black ski mask. When the cops arrive, she swears up and down that it's most likely her father. They send cars over to check the crime scene and take her in for a statement. I ride with her in the back of the cop car over to the sheriff's office. It gets to be around 2 a.m. Her sister was brought in, as was her father. I have work the next morning, and so I request to be taken home by a police officer. It takes me a while to go to sleep that morning, and the next day at work I'm really quiet, until my manager asks me what had happened. I inform him, but decide to work the rest of my training shift. When I get home, my sister informs me she had confessed. Her mother threatened to kick her out for not being able to find a job, and in a rage she had taken a kitchen knife and stabbed her repeatedly. My mind froze like a bad computer, and I turned to face my monitor. I was in a Discord call at the time, and all I could weakly say is, my best friend confessed to murdering her mother, before hanging up and just laying on my bed. Her last trial was the 7th of this month. I don't know the results, though my grandmother tells me that she took a plea deal for life in prison rather than the death penalty. I must admit that part of me wants to contest that, to demand that they take the death penalty for ridding the earth of such a peaceful and caring woman's shadow. A larger part of me, though, is just glad that she's being punished at all. This was maybe 5 or 6 years ago now. So after meeting with a couple of friends who were stationed near the bar, my friend Robin and I decided to end girls' night early, at 1 a.m. I'm horrible with street names too, so bear with me. We went to Rocket Bar, so you know it was near there, but we got in the car and started pulling out. We're driving a bit slow because we're not too familiar with the area, so we didn't want to miss any turns. I had the window rolled down because when I drink I get a bit flushed. The streets that we were on, though, were a bit dead at the time. But then we heard a yell and some really loud-ass crying. It was clearly a lady's voice, so we slowed down to see what was going on. Robin was driving and I was in the passenger seat. On our right, we saw this lady stumble out of the street holding her chest and crying. Robin locked the doors and cautiously rolled my window up, leaving only an inch open. And thank God that happened. The lady came right up to my window and said, "I need help." I asked, "What's wrong, honey?" She kept repeating, "I need help," just over and over again. Me, being a naive idiot, put my hand on the door like I'm about to open it, only to be grabbed by Robin whispering, "Don't open that door." The lady, who had been mumbling, "I need help," repeatedly like she was slurring, saw Robin stop me, and her eyes opened wide as hell, and she started yelling, "I need help, let me in." We started yelling, "Stop that," and the lady started yanking at my door handle, and Robin said, "Oh hell no," and we started pulling away. I shit you not too, the next 30 seconds were terrifying. The lady yelled to someone, "They're leaving," and we saw 2 guys run out from a car parked a few cars behind us on the right. Robin sped away like a scene in an action movie, but we looked in a rearview mirror and saw the 3 of them standing in the street. And the moral of this story is, please be careful. I can't imagine what would have happened to my dumbass if it weren't for my friend that night. I know it's in a lot of us to want to help other people, but there's a lot of people out there who disguise themselves to do us harm. Be aware of your surroundings and lock your doors in DC. Because, like me, it may just save your ass one night. Before I begin, yes, I made a lot of dumb decisions. Yes, I should have probably called the police, but here it goes. So, when I was around 15, I lived alone in a 2-story house. Although there were bedrooms upstairs, I would always sleep on the living room couch. This was for 2 reasons. 1, it was the central location of the house, so I could hear everything, and 2, it was actually equidistant from every exit. So one night, at around 2 in the morning I'd say, I heard somebody jiggling the front doorknob. It was a slow, cautious jiggling, like they were trying to not be heard, and when the door didn't open, they didn't stop. The jiggling slowly became less cautious and more irritated. They persisted for at least 2 minutes. They then went to the back door, which was also locked. I didn't want to call the police because I was an unemancipated minor living alone. I didn't want to be placed in foster care, and I didn't want my parents in trouble for neglect. Eventually, though, the jiggling stopped, and I stayed up that night, waiting for them to try other entrances, but nothing happened. A few nights passed, and I woke up to the sound of a door opening upstairs. The doors in the house would really stick, so they took a lot of force to open, and when you popped them loose, they made a kind of loud scrape or a pop or shutter noise kind of thing. At the time, I was actually taking sleeping pills as well, and it made it hard to fully awaken, and at the time, I would also sometimes only awaken with sleep paralysis. So that meant that I couldn't quite determine whether or not I dreamt the sound or whether I'd actually awoken from it. I started to fall back asleep, and I thought that I heard the doors close, like grinding of wood rubbing together, and then the sound of bed springs screeching, like the weight was being shifted. I thought that maybe somebody is homeless and they thought that this was an abandoned house. I was super tired and wasn't even sure if I was actually conscious, and I definitely wasn't thinking straight. But eventually I fell back asleep and I awoke to the feeling of somebody watching me. They were stairs parallel to the living room door, and I could see them from the couch. Halfway down the stairwell, I could see a long-haired man crouched over, just looking at me. It was dark, and I felt like we were both just trying to verify what we were seeing. I kept a metal baseball bat by the couch, and I grabbed it. Slowly, the man erected his body, and without turning, just backed up the stairs. I just listened for him to leave, or waited for him to come back down, but I heard neither. It was like he just stood at the top of the stairs waiting for me, and I didn't go back to sleep that night. I heard nothing, even until sunrise, and when I left for school that morning, I really questioned what I'd actually experienced. I had my boyfriend over later that evening, and as we approached the house, he said, "Hey, your window is open." I looked, and the room to the sticking door was wide open. I told him what I had experienced the night before, and he helped me check out the house, and after finding nothing, I closed the door and locked the windows. I figured that it must have been a hobo, and once they realized somebody lived there, they must have left. I still stayed there that night, but I didn't take sleeping pills. And boy, am I grateful that I didn't, because I awoke to the door opening again, and this time I knew that it was real. They knew somebody lived here, but they had still returned, which meant that this situation was getting pretty dangerous. At this time in my life, I had little value for my life, and I had no fear of death because I knew where I'd go. I decided, too, that I wasn't going to hide in my own house. So I got my baseball bat, turned on the lights, and I marched straight upstairs. I yelled something like, "Listen, buddy, I'm coming up. Be out by the time that I get there." I heard nothing, and prepared for the worst. I checked the rooms and the closets, but when I did, I found nothing, and all the windows were closed. I checked down the stairs and found nothing as well. I felt pretty silly after finding nothing, but I still stayed up that night. I got ready for school the next morning, and I saw that the window was open again. It occurred to me, too, that I hadn't checked under the beds when I'd done the search. I didn't have my bat with me, and so I bailed. But to think that an intruder was possibly hiding under the bed as I searched the house is really unnerving, to say the least. I am partially relieved, though, that I hadn't checked. If I'd bent down and come face to face with a man beneath my bed, the story may have ended very differently. This happened back when I was a freshman in high school. I had this friend who lived next door to me and asked me to accompany him to Dairy Queen to buy a vape mod from some girl from his school. We'll call him Tyler. So after school, I met up with Tyler at our apartment complex, since school had just let out for him as well. We walked to Dairy Queen, which was about 1.5 miles roughly up the street. This was in the middle of winter, so it was very cold and rainy, and so the walk took about 30 minutes. We arrived at the Dairy Queen and waited an hour for this girl who never showed up. She eventually texted Tyler after an hour of telling him that she was getting ready, and she said that she was unable to get a ride, which was BS because she apparently lived right by the Dairy Queen. But we were annoyed and started to walk back home. We were talking about how we were going to hit the hot tub when we got back. Now, for some understanding, there was a large Walmart that you had to pass to get to Dairy Queen. And before you get to the Walmart, there's another apartment complex that we had to pass. A girl named Carly lived there and was dating our friend Dre, so we stopped at her apartment because Tyler saw her outside taking out her trash and wanted to flirt with her, which is something that he would do with every girl that he came across. But when we got there, she was visibly upset, and you could tell that she'd been crying. She told Tyler that Dre had dumped her. For a bit of context, too, Dre was once best friends with Tyler, but they had a falling out a few days prior to this story. All three of us would hang out at the apartment complex that Tyler and I lived at, and Dre was actually a longtime family friend of mine, too. So after a few minutes of Tyler and Carly chatting, we finally left and we just headed home. As we were about to pass the Walmart, there was a big bush on the sidewalk in front of the Walmart, and as we were walking, we saw two dark figures emerge from behind the bush and look in our direction. Tyler had a lot of enemies, so he was paranoid that it was someone coming after him. I told him not to worry, as it could have been anyone, and was probably just some